Good morning and welcome to On the Spot Motorsports Media. We are live right here at Gainesville Raceway, fixing to kick off the first race of the year for 2024. The first thing we're going to have going on is our time runs. I believe all classes will get one time run, and we will go into eliminations today. So everybody's really excited and ready to push those pedals out there. The ones with the right foot, not the left. So just bear with us in just a second. We will be going hot on the track. Just a quick reminder, sometimes you will see a double screen like you are seeing now. At other times, you will see a screen like this. It just depends on my duties, what I have to do out of the track, and also I'm racing here today as well. Again, if you're not following On the Spot Motorsports Media, please like our page. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel up underneath the same name, On the Spot Motorsports Media. I want to thank all of our followers that we have so far on our page. We have reached 9,000, and we're going to try to close the gap and make it to 10,000 before the Gator Nationals. We're also going to bring y'all some up-to-date things and happenings at the Baby Gators, which is the NHRA Division II divisional race, just a week ahead of the Gator Nationals. And we're also planning on heading down to Bernie's Speed Shop for Wednesday. I believe that is March the 6th, as they will have their open house. So we'll probably bring in some drivers, some pro drivers, have an autograph session going on down there. Big thanks to Josh Hart and Brittany Hart and all of the employees at Bernie's Speed Shop for making that happen. The only other time that you actually get that opportunity to go to shops and tour the facilities is usually up in Indianapolis. But Josh has brought that excitement here to Florida. They have called the cars to the lanes. Thank you, Wayne. Appreciate it. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good when you're behind the wheel. I'll let you know we have a lot of vehicles on the property here today. The line was out the gate and down the road, both north and south, coming into the track this morning. You're going to see a large variety of different cars and combinations running in all of these classes. We'll have Super Pro, Sportsman, of course our junior dragsters, Pro Motorcycle and Street Motorcycle competing here today. If you're wondering about the weather, it is a little warm here today compared to what we had last weekend. We're expecting a high around 81, 82 degrees today. So just depending on how the weather goes up and then back down throughout the day, we'll see how many adjustments have to be made to the car's ETs. Preferably called dial-ins. Also, we'll try to do our best to keep you updated on what's happening down in Bradenton Motorsports Park with the U.S. Street Nationals going on down there. We want to congratulate Lyle Barnett for winning the Snowbirds, which was continued due to weather. And so they wanted to finish up that race during qualifying yesterday. And Lyle Barnett came out on top in the Pro Mod class. And he says he's looking forward to doubling up down there this weekend.
All right, once again, I'm looking for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator in the lanes 1 and 2, overflow in the lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow in the lanes 3 and 4. Let's start loading the lanes up, ladies and gentlemen, and let's get the day started. All right, drivers, load up, please. Sport cars, pro drivers, start loading up, please. Pro Eliminator, load up. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first pair out of the box this morning is going to be a pair of motorcycles. Unfortunately, I don't have all the information on everybody here right in hand. So we got Mike 2, X12 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. That looks like Jeremy over here on the Budweiser side. Yeah, red light started with for Jeremy. 054 reaction time for X12. Looks like he's got problems with the bike, so he slows way down. Jeremy goes through with an 809 and 84 miles an hour to an 815 and 53. All right, so we got a lot of new faces out here. A lot of these guys aren't in the system yet, so it'll take me a little bit before I get accustomed to giving you some names with all these cars and people out here. We got it looks like a 67 Chevelle over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 299. Going against that super clean Chevy 2 Nova over there in the Budweiser lane. I think that's Paul Dizzo. Trail Pro trending just a little bit earlier. He's 3:33 red, but a double of three reaction time from his side. He goes 6:28 at 107 miles an hour to a 6:66 at 100 for the Chevelle. Okay, I think this is Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Pontiac Firebird. Go up against Tim Pafford. Pafford over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of South Georgia. Says here he's out of Adel, but I think he's someplace other than Adel. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And it looks like Pontiac got there first 7:15 at 96 miles an hour to a 7:47 at 93 for Tim Pafford. Lee Zarumba coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Inverness, Florida, in his 1970 Dodge Dart. Going up against D. Lichty out of St. John's, Florida, in his 69 Chevy Camaro. He'll run up there in the Budweiser lane. And both of them a little excited, pulled the trigger a little early on it, but that's fine here in time trials. And here we go to the stripe, and it looks like Lee's going to go through a 6:38 at 106 with the Mopar, 6:58 at 102 for D in the Camaro. Okay, and we got a couple more. Got a bike number 214 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Don't have the information right handy on that. And we got the GTO over there. It looks like Paul Farrar at the wheel of the 66 GTO. Okay, 014 reaction time from Farrar. 18 red on the motorcycle. Farrar goes through with a 6:55 at 104 miles an hour. 7:46 at 94 on the motorcycle. Andy Lindsay coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. And he'll go up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Camaro. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And even knocked rust off that reaction time just a little bit there. And he goes through to 673 at 100 miles an hour, 734 at 91. There for Jimmy Hall. David Smith coming up next. Driving the Ford Mustang. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Richard Lindsay will be over here in the Budweiser lane in his Mustang. Okay, well, Smith left a little early. Lindsay took a nap. 6:54, 106 there for David Smith to a 6:45 for Richard Lindsay. Dawson Bass coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Jacksonville in his 95 Mustang. Going against GTO over there in the Budweiser lane, car 721C. Okay, red light there for Dawson Bass. And looks like the Mustang's going to get there first with a 722 at 95 miles an hour as the GTO goes through with an 864 at 80 miles an hour. All right, Paul Allen coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 72 Ford Maverick. I believe this is your reigning pro eliminator track champion. Over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Chris French out of Ocala and a clean Chevelle. Okay, 006 reaction time for Paul, 011 for Chris. Chris is going to get there first, 6:28, 98 miles an hour to a 7:03 at 98 miles an hour for Paul Allen. Okay, got our next pair rolling in here. We've got the Mercury Capri over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 223, going against the Bud Duster over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 340. Okay, so we got clean green light start at both lanes. And it looks like the boat car is going to go through with a 721 at 91 miles an hour, 767 at 87 for the okay, it looks like we got us another Dodge Dart coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's car number 2830. And going up against the Chevy pickup, little S10 over there in the Budweiser lane, car number 11. Okay, 008 reaction time on the Lucas Oil side, 009 over in the Budweiser lane. 663, 100 miles an hour over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 7 flat, 99 miles an hour for the S10. Bob Hoxton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy pickup truck. And he'll be going up against the Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 1968. Looks like about the same year and model as that car. Okay, Hodgson pulled the trigger early on his truck. 116 reaction time on the Nova. Hodgson goes through the 623 at 110 miles an hour. 633 over there in Budweiser lane. Perfect reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 054 there for Travis Marchand. 669, 102 on the Lucas Oil side of the track to a 598 for Travis Marchand. Okay, here we go. We got Jeff Gatlin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He's out of St. Augustine. And here we're up against Dan Salyers. Salyers over here on the Lucas in the Budweiser lane in his 71 Monte Carlo. He's down in red. Crook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro. And we got car number 097 over there on the Budweiser side. Looks like a little Chevy 2. Okay, 061 reaction time over there on the Budweiser side, 066 for Crook. The Chevy 2 gets there first, 630 to a 687 there for Crook. All right, got a little Vegas station wagon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is going to be car 1137. And Danny has to back it up just a little bit, check and see he may have something leaking out of that thing. And Danny's giving the sign to shut it off. Looks like he is leaking something there. So it's going to Pete Rigas over here on the Budweiser side with his 66 Chevy Impala. He's going to get the ride. Yeah, looks like they're going to wave him on in, so it must have just been a little trickle of something there. Okay, 035 reaction time for the Vega. 111's reaction time for Rugas. Rugas gets there first, 642 to a 692. All right, David Gaspar coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 87 S10. And Clint Wilson, he'll be over here in Budweiser lane. He's in Providence, Florida. His Chevy Nova. Oh, 24 reaction time for the pickup truck, 039 for Wilson. And Gaspar goes through with a 669 at 100 miles an hour to a 696 at 110 for Clint Wilson. Gary Thompson coming up next. He's out of McAlpin, Florida, his 78 Malibu. He'll be going up against the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser line, the old classic 65, 66 model there. Car number 2162. All right, here we go. We got Brandon Williams coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Bradenton, Florida. His Pontiac Firebird. Here we're going up against the, looks like Buick Regal over here in the Budweiser lane. Don't have the information on that car handy just at this time. That might be Sean Henson possibly. 643 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track for Williams to a 763. Over there in the Budweiser lane. John Connick coming up next in the Chevy Monza. He'll be running over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Kevin Roberts, his 69 Camaro here in the Budweiser lane. Hawthorne. Okay, 012 reaction time for Connick. Roberts left a little early. Connick goes through the 719 at 94 miles an hour to a 764 at 91 for Kevin Roberts. It's going to bring up Bill Green. He's out of Ocala, Florida, the 68 Chevy Camaro, going up against the Ford Fairlane over there in the Budweiser lane. Car number R67F. 118 reaction time for green, 124 reaction time on the board. Green goes through a 607, 110 miles an hour to a 680 at 99 there for the old Ford. J.D. Anderson coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 22 Tesla. Going up against the Chevy Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. Comes up saying this is John Siegel. It is a new ride for him, and I hadn't seen. Double 02 reaction time on the Nova over there in the Budweiser lane, 035 for Anderson in the Tesla. Nova gets there first 609, 11 miles an hour as the Tesla goes 623 at 114. John Dwayne coming up next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. Going up against the Dodge Challenger over there on the Budweiser lane. Car number J214. All right, 002 reaction time there for John Dwayne, 047 for the Dodge. John's going to get there first, 606, 119 miles an hour to a 683 at 100. Okay, John Bertha coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Benell, Florida. And George Emanuel will be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Excuse me, that is not George Emanuel. That is Robert Simpson. All right, attention in the pits. So these Super Pro motorcycles. So lane 7, please. Super Pro motorcycles. Make your way to lane 7, please. Station pits. Once again, these Super Pro motorcycles. Lane 7, please. Super Pro motorcycles. Need you to staging lane number 7, please. Okay, looks like we got us the Plymouth Aspen over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's coming our car 2468. James Turner's over there in the Budweiser lane out of Keystone Heights in the Mercury Capri. Got a 139 reaction time for Turner's 366 on the Mopar. And it looks like Turner gets there with a 743 at 92 miles an hour, 725 at 92 on the Mopar. All right, Corky Alford coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Glen St. Mary, and he'll go up against Ryan Norton over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a pair of red line starts here for both of them. Looks like Norton will get to the stride first, 647 at 106 miles an hour, 718 at 92 miles an hour for Corky Alford. Okay, so we got the pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 2539. And going up against Dan Warren over there in the Budweiser lane in his S10. Okay, 608 at 111 miles an hour over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 650 at 104 there for Dan Warren. Ernie Renfro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 1970 Chevy Camaro. Going up against the Malibu Wagon over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car 5X15. Okay, so Ernie Renfro goes through with a 708, 96 miles an hour, 728 and 81 there for the Malibu Wagon. Okay, that's going to bring up your next pair. We got truck number 2061 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Jason Rollins will be running over there in the Budweiser lane in his Pontiac Firebird. Yeah, red light start there for Rollins, 055, the reaction time for the S10. S10 gets there first with the 651, 103. Rollins goes through the 729. Got a pair of Mustangs coming up next. Car 277X will run over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And James Evans will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. Okay, here goes the Plymouth Roadrunner over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's car number P5 Charles Berger will be over there in the Budweiser lane in the Chevy Nova. All right, here we go. So we got the Plymouth Duster coming up over here in Lucas Oil Lane. This is car number 265015. Going against the GTO over here in the Budweiser lane, 721C. Okay, so the Duster goes through with a 722 at 94 miles an hour, 867 for the GTO. He's going to bring up Mike Gaffney next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll go up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane out of Melbourne, Florida, in his S10. And a real nice start there for Aaron Reynolds. Gaffney with an 0.16 reaction time. Reynolds gets there first, 6:19 to a 7:10 for Mike Gaffney. Martinell coming up next. He'll be driving the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And it's going against Rich Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. I believe he's out of Jacksonville with the Opel GT. Okay, so it looks like the Opel's going to get there first with a 603 to a 665 or 102 there for Martinell. Okay, got the Chevy half-ton truck coming up next over here. This is Y215 going up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 1X35. Okay, Camaro has an 033 reaction time to pick up with a T55. Camaro gets there first, 6:16 to a 7 flat for the pickup truck. Scott and Leon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, Chevy Malibu out of Bellevue. And Kent Grant from Ty, Georgia, and his Chevy Nova is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. reaction time for delete on 032 for Grant. Ken Grant's going to get to the stripe first, 562 to a 675 at 99 for DeLeon. Chevy Camaro number J273 is going to be coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And John Siegel will be over there in the Budweiser lane in the wheel stand at Malibu wagon. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need F&B Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. F&B Trailer Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. And red light start there for Siegel, 037 reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Siegel gets there first, 587 to a 625. Okay, we got the pickup truck J273 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Excuse me, it's going to be 221. And he'll be going up against the Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 2567. Okay, so it looks like the Lucas Oil lane got there first, 687, 99 miles an hour to an 832 there on the Budweiser side. Bill Waller coming up next. He'll be in the Ford Ranger over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll be running up against the S10 pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. Number 2140. Okay, so the S10 gets there first. Goes 648 to a 658 for Waller.
Just go ahead and let you know the right lane is experiencing some issues with mile per hour. So I imagine the track, they're going to look into that issue here real soon. The ETs are correct, but the mile per hour is wrong.
All right, once again, looking for the F&B Trailer Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro. Need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, well, it's a little bit quiet. Just wanted to let y'all know there's a bonus payout. This is not part of the Gainesville Raceway payout structure now. It's per box and no box. It's $40 entry per day, per entry. Last two standing at the end. The bonus payout for each class will be split and raised pot 70-30. There should be a flyer floating around out there. Enter the cash only. Enter with cash only and see Rob Reynolds before first round. Box entries and no box entries are separate. Sponsor money will be divided up evenly between the two classes as a bonus. Juniors, you can get with Danielle Honey-Mockney. Motorcycle sportsmen, please take care of your own payout if you want to increase yours. This was a last minute and too much for one person to handle. And we got a bunch of sponsors there out there: Gaspar Auto Body, Ken Grant Snap-on, Jesse's Auto Service, Santa Fe Ford, First Coast Electric, Williams Automotive, Scorpion Racing Products, GRE, Black Creek, Space Coast Custom and Speed Custom 3852 Shootout. So thanks for those folks. Okay, so it looks like we're ready to get back underway here. Checking out the track down there. Okay, so it looks like we've got Vance Hottishell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Jeremy Davis is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Vance went through with a 7:44 at 93 miles an hour, 8:06 and 84 there for Jeremy Davis. All right, Larry Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track on the bagger. He'll be going up against bike number 357. Don't have the bike's information on this driver just yet. Okay, 49 reaction time down the Budweiser side at 1:38 for Larry Berger. Budweiser lane gets there first, 6:45 to a 10:42. That'll bring up John Upthegrove next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Out of Keystone Heights. And here we're going up against the motorcycle over here in the Budweiser lane. It says bike number 129. Yeah, red light start over there on the Budweiser side. And John Upthegrove is going to speed through with a 5:74 at 129 miles an hour. All right, Ryan Haney coming up next. So he's out of Reynolds, Georgia. And he's going up against Anthony Bazilla out of Palm Coast. All right, 0:34 reaction time over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 0:68 over there in Budweiser lane. Lucas Oil lane went through at 6:49, 115 to a 6:13 for Anthony. Anthony Stewart coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane out of St. Augustine. Going up against motorcycle X12 over there in Budweiser lane. Over 36 reaction time over there on the Budweiser lane. Looks like he goes through the 6:19 to a 6:19 over on the Lucas Oil side. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Gonna go up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, I'm looking for the F&B Trailer Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, overflow in lanes 3 and 4. F&B Trailer Super Pro. Need you lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Start making your way into the lanes, please. All right, red light start there for DeLong. And looks like Schmidt's going to go through the 542, 136 miles an hour to a 559 for Scott DeLong. Okay, Budweiser lane left so early, he will not get a time. He left before the tree was activated. That's getting excited, folks. Jeff Tisdale goes through with a 566 at 120 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Richard Holder next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We'll have Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. Alright, so Scott DeLong goes through the 568 to a 570 for Holder. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will be over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, 54, red light start there for Schmidt. He goes through the 605 to a 946 there for Dwayne Leachman. And it looks like this is going to bring up Ann Richter out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Peterson coming up next. It's out of Pinellas Park, Florida. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into Super Pro. And we got Big John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Chevy Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. Yeah, we're going up against the Chevy Nova over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car from 1968. Okay, 013 reaction time for Rollins, 065 there in the Budweiser lane. Rollins goes 6 flat, 114 miles an hour to a 638 at 106 there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, you got an S10 pickup coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the L278. And we're going up against the 63 Corvette over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 9. Okay, clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the vet getting there first. 553, 125 to a 706 at 93 on the pickup. Brings up Glenn Newmans over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy Monza out of Alachua, Florida. And he'll go up against David Harris. Excuse me, David Hicks. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. O21 reaction time for Hicks, 024 for Glenn Newmans. Hicks goes through the 504, 134, as Glenn Newmans goes through the 583 at 115. Buddy Goolsby coming up next. He's out of Gainesville. 91 S10, he'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. One of just Ron Schaefer. His Ford Mustang will be over there in the Budweiser lane. Double lane reaction time there for Schaefer, 018 for Goolsby. Schaefer's going to get to the stripe first, 6:33.106 to a 6:89 and 98 for Buddy Goolsby. Keith Collins coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. The S10 pickup out of Keystone Heights. Up against Alan Roush Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane, his S10 the Jacksonville area. And we got a clean green light start both lanes. 004 for Roush, 011 for Collins. Collins goes 5:53 at 125, 6:13 at 110 for Roush. Okay, got an S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, car number 930. Up against the Bengal wagon over there in the Budweiser lane, car number 5834. .035 reaction time for the Vega, 045 for the S10. The Vega gets there first, 619, 109 miles an hour to a 646 at 105. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro cars. Super Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro cars, y'all should be in the lanes. Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His dragster out of Ocala. Going up against the Olds Cutlass over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 2892. Okay, so it looks like the Olds left before the tree was activated, so he's not going to get a time whatsoever. Bonacci had problems with his dragster as he's just managing to get through there. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a little maintenance to do on the track right up here. So it looks like we had a little fluid leak up there. So sure we'll get this cleaned up. We'll be back on the way here in the next couple of minutes. So while it's quiet, I want to let everybody know the F&D Trailer Sales Super Pro category is sponsored by Flying Brian Trailer Sales. It's located down in Orange Park, Florida. This is your spot for all trailer sales. Open trailers, race trailers, custom trailers, and more. Stop by and check out what's on the lot or give them a call at 904-371-9791. Brian Trailer Sales. Another sponsor that we got out here is Rollins Automotive, who sponsors the Pro category for us. Rollins Automotive has a rich history in the speed custom business, founded in 1974 in Fort Myers, Florida by Chip and Nancy Rollins. Business is now a second-generation ownership with son Jason Rollins, and it is in Gainesville, Florida. Stop by or call today for any of your automotive repair and enhancement needs. So go check Jason and them out if you need anything for your hot rod. And we'll get to the rest up here in just a little bit. as we're getting ready to get back underway. Okay, so very possible that might be Charles Racer over here on the Lucas Oil lane and Robbie McDonald. I believe it's going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. Double 03 reaction time over in Budweiser lane. And they get there first with a 5:13, 133 miles an hour to a 5:29 at 131 there in the Lucas Oil lane. Sherby Powell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 1970 Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane, a dragster out of Alachua. All right, Gary Vasquez goes through the 473 at 145 miles an hour, 663 at 102. There for Sherby Powell. Luke Alley coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the Chevy Corvette. He's out of Fort White, Florida. And Troy Barker will be over there in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup. Okay, so Luke Alley goes through the 564, 121 miles an hour to a 690 at 99 miles an hour there for Troy Barker. Okay, this is Don Porter coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he's going up against Breitlinger, his last name over here is this wheel standing Chevy Chevelle over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, clean green light start, 035 on the Chevelle, 041 on the dragster. The dragster goes through that 457, 152 miles an hour. As the Chevelle goes 566 at 120. Ernie Griggs coming up next. He's out of Ocala. 1972 Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Darren Stutz over here at the Budweiser lane. The 1940 Willys. Okay, so it looks like Darren Stutz goes through the 545, 126 miles an hour as Ernie Griggs goes through the 960 at 73. How things with Louis Hunter. Rick's been having some problems with his car. Tony Morris coming up next at the wheel of Bruce Gurton's Ford Fairmont, going up against the Ford Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane, car number 2549. Yeah, red line started there for Tony Morris, 029 in reaction time on the Mustang. Mustang goes 602 at 113 miles an hour, 772 at 112 for Tony Morris. I got another Mustang, car number 197T, going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against car number 2293. It's like a Pontiac Trans Am over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, red line started there for the Pontiac. And it looks like the Mustang's having some issues. He may not make it. Let's see. All right, Nick Brown coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against the Corvette over there in the Budweiser lane. 614, 109 for Nick Brown in the Camaro, 632, 108 for the Corvette. He's going to bring up Mike Fiddler next. He's going to scamp over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And here we're going up against, this is going to be Donnie Hutto. Mercury Comet, he'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. Oh, 22 reaction time there for Fiddler. He goes through with a 647, 104 as Hutto goes through with a 692 at 97. All right, here goes the Melrose Missile. Jerry Montgomery over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against the dragster over here in Budweiser lane. This is car B217. Heath over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. We're going up against the Mercury Capri over there in the Budweiser lane car number 223. All right, attention on the pits. I got a racer in need of some parts. Looking for a front wheel, 15-inch, 5 by 4 3/4. If you've got a spare front wheel for a door car, 15-inch, 5 by 4 3/4. Ryan Barnes is looking for it. You can either if I seek him out there in the pits or come and let me know up here in the tower and I can reach out to him. So if you've got a front wheel for a door car for a 15-inch, 5 on 4 3/4 lug pattern, please let me know. All right, looks like we got Earl McGill coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against car number 233A over there in Budweiser lane. O26 reaction time for McGill, 012 over there in the Budweiser lane. Budweiser lane gets there first, 463 at 148 to a 483 at 142. Dan Dobson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Chevy Monza out of Gainesville. And he'll be going up against the Camaro over there in the Budweiser lane. This is car C226. Okay, Dobson goes through the 637, 107 to a 681 at 99. That's going to bring up the Dragster X210. And we're going up against the Vega over here, P965. All right, attention in the pits, and these street motorcycles, so lane 7, street bikes, lane 7. Okay, perfect reaction time on the dragster. 489, 140 to a 597 at 115 for the Vega. Bob George coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane in his Chevy Camaro. Going up against Paul Allen over there in the Budweiser lane in his Ford Maverick. red line start there for Paul Allen, 039, reaction time for Bob George. George goes through with a 697 at 98 to a 706 at 98 miles an hour. All right, Chevy Nova coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is car number 3966 going up against Bob Alexander over there in the Budweiser lane. Treadwell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Camaro, going up against Camaro number 2962 over there in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red line start there for Treadwell, 20 reaction time in the Budweiser lane. Budweiser lane gets there first, 643, 111 to a 669 at 102. It's going to bring up Flying Brian Jones over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against the drag show over here on the Budweiser lane. Says it's Mark Horton.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium. and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
All right, attention to the kids. I need street bikes. Street bikes. Need y'all to lane 7, please. Street motorcycles, lane 7. Put the first call out for Junior Street. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. in as we're going to get back underway. Flying Brian Jones over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Out of Orange Park. Title sponsor of this class. And we've got Mark Gordon going to be over here on the Budweiser side. Callahan, Florida. Reaction time there for Brian Jones. He goes 461, 148 miles an hour, 542 to 136 there for Horton. It's going to bring up Brett Farnham next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going up against car number 154F over there in the Budweiser lane. Yeah, red line start there for Farnham. And Farnham goes through the 470 at 147 miles an hour to a 476 at 145. And that's going to bring up the dragster L201 going up against the Plymouth Duster over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 2615. So the Duster goes through the 719.94, the dragster goes 794. Obviously, the dragster not performing up to par. All right, Gary Sturgeon coming up next. He'll be over here on Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane in the Pontiac Firebird. All right, let's go bring up Mark Daniels next. He's out of Jacksonville. He went over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Kurt Carlson. Attention to the pits of these street bikes, to lane 7, please. Street motorcycles, lane 7. Junior Street, lane 8. Junior Street, lane 8. got another good pair of dragsters coming up next. We got car number 2020 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 2226A is going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. Budweiser lane got there first, 497 at 139 to a 513 at 134. Lou Hawthorne coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be over here. And he'll be running up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane, car number A208. All right, 446, 155 there for Lou Hawthorne to a 494 at 138 there for the dragster in the Budweiser lane. Bring up the next pairs. We got car number 206G over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And we got Jason Graham over there in the Chevy Nova. He'll be in the Budweiser lane. Big wheels up there for upstart for Graham, and he's over 11 on the tree. He goes through with a 571, 119 miles an hour to a 585 or 137 for the dragster. Okay, next dragster number 206 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Pete Rugas is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in his Chevy Camaro. All right, attention on the pits, attention to the pits. If you're wanting to get in on the bonus payout, that has to be in before the invocation is done here today, which ain't a whole long time from now. So if you're wanting to get into the bonus payout program, you can catch up with Ron Wells, and we can do that before the invocation is done here this morning. All right, John Dwayne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we go up against, I believe this is Mr. Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. He's 014 on the tree to an 022 for John Dwayne. Dragster goes 497 to 136 to a 604 at 120. Dragster number 209H coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Billy Martin is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in the Pontiac Grand Prix. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Once again, I'm looking for street bikes to lane number 7, street bikes, lane 7, Junior Street, lane 8, Junior Street, lane 8, please. All right, over 24 reaction time there on Lucas Oil side of the track goes 5-4-10, 134 miles an hour to a 769 at 92 there for Billy Martin. Mike Boss coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 63 Vet Roadster going against the 33 Ford Roadster over here in the Budweiser lane. Don't have the guy's name, I know he's out of North Carolina. All right, red light start there for Mike Boss. 032 reaction time there in the Budweiser lane. Bud lane gets there with a 538, 128 to a 580 at 118. John Connick coming up next. He's out of Ocala with the Chevy Monza. Going up against J.D. Anderson with the Tesla. Yeah, red light start there for Connick. Tesla goes through with a 627, 119 miles an hour to a 718 at 94 for Connick. Victor Adams coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Pontiac Firebird from Gainesville. And Mike Risen will be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Brooksville, Florida, in his Chevy 2 Nova. All right, you guys in the back of the lane, start bringing your cars forward, please. Okay, Victor Adams goes through with a 650, not 6, 104 miles an hour to a 677 at 100 there from Nick Rison. Rick Singer coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Chevy Monza going against Bruce Root in the Ford Mustang 2 over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, Vic Singer goes through with a 619 at 109 miles an hour to a 725 at 93 there for Root. Okay, got a Ford Mustang coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is car number 216H. Going against the dragster over there. Number 2085. Even an 8 mile long burnout out there. I believe that is Charles Racer. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need a street bikes, lane 7, street bikes, lane 7. Junior Street to lane 8. Sportsman. Island Speed Machine, Sportsman. Need you to lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, here comes Jordan Prince over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Wayne Campbell over there in the Budweiser lane, his S10 pickup. All right, so Jordan Prince goes through the 463 at 149 miles an hour to a 689 at 76 there for Wayne Campbell. All right, here we go. So we got our Chevy Camaro 1X35 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. Going going against the Chevy 2 Novo here in the Budweiser lane. This is car 2288. Okay, so the Chevy 2 goes through the 609 at 111 miles an hour to a 615 at 111 for the Camaro. Okay, you got the S10 pickup coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Truck number K269 going against the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 250D. Okay, so the dragster goes through the 470, 145, as the pickup truck goes 7 flat at 95. Okay, here we go. As Lucas Oil lane, we got car number 2540 going up against Cameron Fredrickson over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 016 reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil lane with 019 from Fredrickson. Fredrickson goes put a 49, 155 to a 453 at 151. Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we go up against the Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. This is JB1X. Ken Grant over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Nick Parkins. Grant goes 468, 146 to a 578, 117 for Parkins. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll go up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. Mike Gaffney over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against James Kelly Hicks. Hicks was 009, goes 449, 153. As Mike Gaffney goes through the 712 at 97. Okay, here we go. We got car number 2244, the Chevy Camaro, coming up over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And David Hicks is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of St. Augustine. Yep. All right, Hicks goes through the 499 at 135, 687 or 678 at 100 miles an hour there for the Camaro. I think that might be Alvin Rollins. I'm positive of that. That's going to bring up the Chevy Camaro here, J273. It's going up against the dragster number 142. All right, once again, looking for the street bikes in lane 7, Junior Street to lane 8, Junior Street to lane 8. Sportsman, you're in lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6. All right, so the dragster goes 459 at 149. All right, once again, drivers, remember, if you want to get in on that bonus payout, you need to catch up with Rob Reynolds before the invocation is done here today to pay your money into the bonus program. the street bikes, we got bike number 357 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Sean Tucker will be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of High Springs, Florida. All right, attention in the pits, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds, staging lane 8, junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds, staging lane 8, junior dragsters, 10 to 12 year olds, lane 2, junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 2, junior dragsters, 13 and over, lane 1, junior dragsters, 13 and over, lane 1. Hey, if you've got equipment sitting out there in lane 8 that's not being raced, it needs to come out of the staging lanes, please. Okay, Colin Nash over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be running over there, going up against Anthony Beza out of Palm Coast. Okay, Anthony goes through with a 5:43 at 129. As Colin's back there all kind of twisted up there at the start. street bikes. If you just went down the track, I need you to come back to the staging lanes, please. Street bikes, if you just made a pass down the track, I need you to come back because we need to rerun those couple of time runs there. So street bikes, if you've already made a pass, I need you to come back to the staging lanes, please. All right, here we go. We got Ryan Haney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Reynolds, Georgia. He'll be going up against Jeremy Davis out of Palm Coast over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, 071 and 076. And it looks like Haney is going to get to the stripe first with a 975, 141 miles an hour, as Jeremy Davis goes 1266 at 101. Scott DeLong coming up next. He's out of Central Florida. He'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's going up against Tom Boats out of Ocala. All right, so Boats is going to get to the stripe first. All right, here comes Larry Berger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he'll be going up against Vance Padishell out of Vero Beach. All right, Anthony Stewart coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and he'll run up against John Up the Grove over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 47 reaction time for Stewart, 123 from John Up the Grove. Looks like John's going to get to the stripe first as he goes through at 885, 164 miles an hour to a 975 and 138. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Wildwood, and he'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, Junior Street, you're in lane 8, and the Sportsman lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. Junior Dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds, staging lane number 8, please. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, need you to staging lane number 2. Junior Dragsters, 10 to 12-year-olds, lane 2. Junior Dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. Junior Dragsters, 13 and older, lane 1. And once again, if you want to get in on that bonus payout, you need to be able to catch up with Rob Reynolds out there before we do the invocation here to get the event started here today, which will be coming up here very shortly. All right, so our sportsman category is sponsored by Allen Speed Machine. He does hot rod parts, motorcycle parts, dirt bikes, race fuels, AMS oil dealer, four-wheel drive parts, and more. So Allen Speed Machine out of Jacksonville, they're sponsored here for the sportsman category. We do appreciate that. F&B Trailers Juniors. Lion Brian Trailer Sales also doing the Super Pro. He's also doing the Junior Dragsters for those kids out there. Of course, he's got one head, so that helps out. So glad to have him out here. And Southern Racing Fuels bonus program says, don't forget racers, for class-winning racers who purchase at least 5 gallons of fuel on-site at Gainesville Raceway during a bracket racing weekend, you will receive a $50 bonus for all adult classes and a $25 bonus for junior classes. The bonus will be paid out with your winnings purse and must be present with present your fuel receipt from the weekend's purchase that you have Sunoco decal on your car to redeem. these are our junior street entries. I think this is Hunter Dowling here with Ford F-250. Alright, so this is some of the reruns that we needed to do from our street bike category. As we've got Mike 357 over there on the loose soil side of the track, and Anthony Bazia, the Palm Coast over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, then he's going to go through with an 887 at 143, 1003 at 136 there in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Central Florida. He'll go up against Colin Nash over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Colin Nash goes 881 at 147, 932 at 141 for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. It's going to bring up Chuck Woolham over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Reddick, and Sean Tucker out of High Springs will be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, here we go with Sportsman. And we got John Lamdola coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Chevy pickup truck. And he'll go up against Jeff Barrier over there in the Budweiser lane in his Dodge Charger. Okay, 046 reaction time for Lamdola. Barrier was taking a nap. to the Firebird over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to go 13:18 at 103 miles an hour, 14:32 at 94 miles an hour. There in the Budweiser lane. Okay, green light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track for the Firebird. And Firebird goes through the 12:26 at 112 miles an hour, as Michigander goes through the 17:21 at 80. Okay, Corky Bumpus coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track with the 4 Valiant. And he'll go up against Chris Parisi over there in the Budweiser lane out of Jacksonville, his 20 Mustang. Okay, Corky's 044 to 148. And Chris made it to the stripe first with the Mustang, 1174 to 118 to 1187 and 111 for Corky and the Valiant. Scott DeLeon next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Malibu, going up against Dennis Harsh in the Blazer there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Scott's 046 to a 145. Scott's going to get to the stripe first as he goes through with a 1165, 83 miles an hour to a 1260 and 103 for Dennis Harsh. Okay, Pontiac Trans Am coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is car 0266. And going up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of McClenny, Florida. Okay, 001 red light start there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Marcus with an 093. Lucas Oil Lane's going to get there first, 1131 at 119 miles an hour, 1265 at 106 there for Marcus Cruz. Okay. Shows Aaron Roberts coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against the El Camino over there in the Budweiser lane, car number 0280. Okay, so the S10 had better reaction time 068 to a 113. And at the stripe, the Lucas Oil Lane gets there first, 1633 at 82 miles an hour to a 1744 at 83. Mark Van Gillian coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Got a Chevy Corvette going up against the Dodge Challenger over there in the Budweiser lane. It's car number 225B. Looks like the Challenger is going to get to the stripe first as he goes through 1124 at 127 miles an hour to a 1263 at 108 for Pat Gillian. It's going to bring up Mustang number 202C. They'll be over there in the Lucas Oil Lane going up against Brett Benjamin and the GTO out of Jacksonville. Okay, so Brett Benjamin going to get the stride first, 1295 at 103 miles an hour to a 1619 at 84. All right, Chevy Camaro coming up over here. S258 is the name on that, is the car number. Going against the Plymouth Duster over there in the Budweiser lane, number 6020. Yeah, red light start there for the Dodge. And he goes through an 1116 at 117 miles an hour, and a 1207 at 117 there for the Camaro. Okay, looks like we got a Beamer coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And I got a Chevy Camaro that's going to run over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number 2232. All right, red light start for the Camaro. 45 reaction time there for the Beamer. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Camaro getting there first, 1346 at 105 miles an hour to a 1438 at 94. Okay, Adam Wills coming up next. He'll be at the wheel of the Oldsmobile over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Jason Rollins will be over there in the Budweiser lane with his Pontiac Firebird. He's out of High Springs. Okay, 016 reaction time for Rollins, 059 for Wills. And it looks like Rollins will hit the strike first with 1159, 114 miles an hour to a 1201 at 112. All right, Mustang number 2157 is going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll go up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, here goes Dan Sayers. He's out of Reddick, Florida, in his 71 Monte Carlo. He'll go up against Clint Wilson from Providence in his 68 Nova over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, so Clint Wilson gets there with 1106 at 119 miles an hour to a 1344 at 98. reaction time there for Dallas Berger, 0.76 for Kenny Hires. Kenny Hires is going to get to the stripe first, 11.03 at 119 miles an hour, 12.17 and 110 there for Dallas Berger. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Lake Butler, Florida. We're up against Jen Robards out of Jacksonville in the 83 Chevy S10. All right, so Robards off with an 0.11 reaction time to a 1:03 for Hoxton. Hoxton's going to get there first as he goes through 11:34 at 119 to a 13:17 at 1:04 for Jen Robards. All right, got Mustang coming up next. This is a 65-66 version here. Car number 2003. And Mitch Gunner is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane in the Dodge Charger. No 33 reaction time for Gunner, a 1:34 reaction time on the Mustang. Mitch is going to get there first as he goes through with a 12.88 at 1:05, and the Mustang goes 15.07 at 91. Robert Simpson coming up next. He's out of Jacksonville, the 1970 Nova. He'll be going up against a GTO over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car 721C. Once again, I should have my junior dragsters in the lanes at this time. Junior dragsters, your 6 to 9-year-olds will be in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 and older in lane 1. All right, Ryan Barnes coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Malibu wagon, going up against John Landola over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Barnes is 0.48, Landola 1:44. And Barnes is going to go through 11.86 at 110 miles an hour as Landola goes through with a 15.40 at 90. Okay, Brendan George coming up next in the Ford Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the Plymouth Roadrunner over there in the Budweiser lane. This is David Zook out of Palm Beach, Florida. 0.05 reaction time for Brendan George, 0.12 reaction time for David. And it looks like Brendan's going to get there first, 10:10 at 105 miles an hour to 11:33 at 1:13. Corvette coming up next, 284. And Tim Pafford is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane in his S10 pickup. Well, nice start there by Pafford. And Pafford is going to get to the stripe first as he goes through with a 11.71 at 115 to a 13.62 at 1:04. Okay, got the El Camino back up here. And Dennis Harsh is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. the horse goes through the 12-12 at 109 miles an hour, and the El Camino is going to go through an 1880 at 56. All right, here comes Jeff Barrier. Okay, Barrier goes through with a 12-10 at 112 miles an hour. All right, so here we go into our junior dragsters. These are the 6 to 9-year-olds. Okay, looks like the Budweiser lane got there first, 11:62 at 55 to a 12:23 at 51. And next pair coming up, we got car number 2283 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 284. We'll run over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a 003 reaction time there in the Budweiser lane, 043 here in the Lucas Oil lane. And Budweiser lane goes through 1191 at 53 to 1194 at 52. Now to bring up Kylie Mockney next. She'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against driver number 2286 there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so they're off and running. We got a 62 reaction time there in the Budweiser lane and a 115 reaction time for Mockney. And Budweiser lane got there first, 1197 at 53 to a 1220 at 51. All right, so here we go to our 10 to 12 years old, and got Blake Jones coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Wyatt Hicks will be over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, attention to this. If you got time, go over to the pavilion. They're having a little yard sale over there. The proceeds going to benefit Brooklyn Collins. Got to have some surgery done on her back, and I guess it's going to go try and help some of those bills out. So if you got some time, go over there to the pavilion. They got a little yard sale going on in there. See if you can pick you up a little something that'll help them out.
Well, there before we get really started.
Because it's focusing on, like, see the detail on it.
Yeah, what I'll do is zoom it out further.
All right, we got a clean green light start. Blake's 054, Wyatt's 084. Blake goes through with an 890, 73 miles an hour to a 909 at 71 for Wyatt. Sierra 8 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And she'll be going up against car 214R.
Reaction time was good. Let's try not to make a sound.
Alright, so it looks like Sierra is going to get their first 924, 68 miles an hour, to a 1206 at 53. Caden Holdaway coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Inverness, Florida. And going up against Colson Haight. He'll be over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, so Caden Holdaway goes through with an 894.72 as Colson Haight goes through with a 873 at 74. Everly Siegel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Colton Brannon out of Dunedin, Florida. Okay, 105 reaction time for Brandon, 114 for Siegel. And it looks like Brandon's going to get their first 863 at 75 to a 902 at 71. Xander Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track at Orange Park, and Lincoln McMaster will be over there in Budweiser Lane out of Leon Springs. No 15 reaction time for Xander, a 002 red light start for Lincoln. And Xander goes through with an 873 at 73 miles an hour to an 894 at 72. Aaron Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Then we're going up against Tanner Bachny over there in the Budweiser lane.
Trying to steal my pictures.
045 reaction time there for Kennedy. 083 for Bachny. And Aaron Kennedy's going to go through with an 884 at 73 miles an hour to an 899 at 71 for Tanner Mockney. All right, car number 240 coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And going up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. She's out of Wesley Chapel. Real nice start there for Browning. 088's reaction time there in the Lucas Oil lane. And both drivers go 888. Carson Murphy coming up next out of Ellington, Florida. And one over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And don't have the information on the other car just yet. Car number 200. Okay, so Murphy goes through with an 896 at 71 miles an hour and 893 at 70 miles an hour. Ryan Cook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Okay, so Ryan Cook's off and running. Goes 861 at 74 miles an hour. All right, I think we're getting ready to step up to the 13 and over group. Okay, so this looks like Jogan Pagano out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. And Brooklyn Collins will be over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, 057 reaction time over there on the Lucas Oil lane. Red light start from Brooklyn. Collins goes through with a 795, 80 miles an hour to a 797 at 81. All right, Allison Reynolds coming up over here next in the Lucas Oil lane. Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 269G is going to be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, you got a red light starts a pair here. Lucas Oil Lane's going to get there first, 796 at 81 miles an hour to an 834 at 75. Curtis Peak coming up next. All right, attention into pits, attention into pits. Hey, Rollins Automotive, Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for round number 1. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4 for round 1. Start making your way into the staging lanes at this time. Rollins Automotive, Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Alright, Curtis goes through the 797 at 80 miles an hour. Alright, that's going to bring up Wyatt Palmatier over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll run up against Hunter Dowling over there in the Budweiser lane. Alright, once again looking for Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, start making your way to the staging lanes, please, for round 1. Alright, Palmatier goes through with an 801 at 77 miles an hour as Dowling goes 811 at 79. Alright, so we're going to be on hold here for just a few minutes while we do a little track prep and get the lanes loaded up for round number 1. Looking for Pro Eliminator to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Let's start making our way to the staging lanes, please.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida at David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Service tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, third floor of the tower. Mr. Bill Green will be up there to preside over that. And since we're already talking about it, I'm going to turn the mic over and let him do this in our invocation for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would please rise, remove your hats. Mr. Bill Green.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you, Lord, for the beautiful weather today. Lord, I just thank you for the opportunity to be here. New season, new hopes, new dreams, new ideas, Lord. And Lord, I just pray that your hand will be a part of all of it. Lord, just ask for your safety for this facility, Lord. Be with each and every one of us, no matter our role here, Lord. Just watch over us, lead, guide, and direct us, Lord. Lord, we ask for your Holy Spirit to move throughout the pit and the station lanes and the tower. Just speak to us as needed. And Lord, I just thank you most of all for Jesus Christ dying for me. For it's in his name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Brother Green. Now your national anthem. wrong sport. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's drivers, lanes 1 and 2, let's get loaded up as we're getting ready to go racing for round number 1. Buybacks are located on the first floor of the tower, so if you are a round 1 loser and you wish to purchase your way back into the race, come to the first floor of the tower. Make sure you bring your wallet, and you can buy yourself back into the event. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, round 1. I'm going to start it off with a couple of motorcycles. Bike number 214 is going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Jeremy Davis is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. 741 to dial in on the Lucas Oil side, 799 to dial in for the Budweiser lane. And red light started over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And Davis goes to the 789 on his 99, so you might want to check that a little more closely. All right, let's go bring up Andy Lindsay over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 672 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we're going up against the Chevy Nova over here on the Budweiser lane. 635 is going to be the dial in for car number 1968. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like you got about 18 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Andy Lindsay getting the win light here. 675 on his 672 dial in. He gets the win light. That brings up your next pair. We got Dan Salyers over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 71 Monte Carlo out of Reading. Here we're going up against Brandon Williams over here in the Budweiser lane. 747 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And we got a clean green light start. One of them's real good, one of them's a little late. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Brandon Williams. He goes 753 on a 47. Salyers breaks out by 6 thou. Okay, that's going to bring up the Pontiac Firebird over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 717 is going to be the dial in. I believe that might be Chris Courtney. Going up against Chris French over here in the Budweiser lane. 625 the dial in for the 68 Chevy Chevelle. He's out of Ocala. And a red light started over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's going to give the automatic win here to Chris French. And he goes through the 627 109 on his 625. And Courtney goes out with the 724 on the N93. Okay, we got the Dodge Aspen coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 2468's got a 720 dial in. Tim Pafford over there on the Budweiser side, 750 the dial in, out of Naylor, Georgia. And a red light start for the Plymouth. Going to give the automatic win here to Tim Baffert. And Baffert goes dead on 3 with an 0-12 reaction time. He puts the 15th out back together. Good run there for Tim Baffert. Danielle Mockney coming up next. I believe that's Danielle. 634 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against the Chevy 2 Nova, I believe it's Paul Vizzo. He's got a 630 dialed in. Yeah. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go, the stripe. It's going to be Vizzo getting the win light here, 634 on a 630. As Mustang runs closer to the dial, he went 635 on a 634, but they were behind on the Christmas tree by 72,000 of a second. George Emanuel coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 757 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Ryan Norton over there in the Budweiser lane. 649 is his dial in. And red light start for Ryan Norton. It's going to give George Emanuel the automatic win. And George gets through the 760 on his 757 dial in. All right, it's going to bring up John Dwayne. 604 the dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Jacksonville. He'll be going up against Richard Lindsay. 645 the dial in for the Mustang out of Gainesville. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 63 sounds separated the two at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. And it was going to be John Dwayne getting the win light here. So he went through with a 607 on his 604 dial in. As Lindsay goes out with 648 on his 645. Car number 299 is 67 Chevelle coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 667 is going to be his dial in. Going up against the Nova. Got the straight axle up front. It's got a 630 dial in. It's car number 097. And we got a clean green light start. One of them's good, one's late. Double breakout's going to give the win light to the Nova. He got the gift there because he was behind on the Christmas tree. Okay, that's going to bring up the Vega wagon over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And car number 1137. It's got a 694 dial in. Jimmy Hodges, 75 Nova, is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Middleburg. All right, we got 34,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Jimmy Hodges getting the win light here, 610 on a 607 dial in. As the Vega breaks out by 8 thousandths. That'll bring up the Olds Cutlass next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 720 is going to be the dial in for car 6692. And then we're going up against the Chevy S10 over here on the Budweiser side. Car number 30 got a 702 dialed in. Okay, we got a double red light start, and by 1/1000th of a second, the wing light goes to the Lucas Oil lane, as he was 049 red to an 050 red there in the Budweiser lane. Zaremba coming up next. 1970 Dodge Dart. It's going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 640 dialed in. Go up against the Buick Regal over there in the Budweiser lane. It's got a 767 dialed in. Okay, 8,000 separating the two at the starting line. And the red light comes on down there in the Budweiser lane. 768 on his 767 dial in. Zaremba goes 641 on his 640. All right, Robert Simpson coming up next. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 19 Chevy Nova. Going up against the other Nova here. This is like a 66, 67 Nova. This thing's clean here, folks. Says it's John Siegel at the wheel of this 611 the dial in. And we got a double red light start in by 2,000ths of a second. Siegel's going to hit the red light. All right, Dave Gaspar coming up next, 667 the dial in. For the S10 pickup, he'll be going up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 736 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Okay, red light started through for Gaspar. Is going to give Jimmy Hall the automatic win. And Hall goes through with a 738 on his 736 dial in. Gaspar went 671 on his 667. Bob Hoxton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 622 dialed in. He'll be going up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 607 the dial in for the 57 Chevy. And red light start for Hodgson is going to give Stutz the automatic win. And Stutz goes dead on with a 0. 607 with a 0. He's 033 on the tree. Hodgson red lights by 020 and breaks out by 19. Colin Nash coming up next, 543 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. And he'll be running up against Ronnie Woodbury in the 74 Duster. He's got a 720 dialed in. Hey, Julie got a red light start there in the Budweiser lane, so Colin Nash is going to get the automatic win. And Colin went through the 551 on his 543. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 723 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. Tom with a 660 dial in on his Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, red light start there for Dawson Bass is going to give Tom Courtney the automatic win. All right, let's go bring up Jimmy Bowden next out of Orlando in the 72 Dodge Dart. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 664 dialed in. He'll go up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 588 is the dial in for the 69 Camaro. He's at Keystone Heights. Yeah. Okay, 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And the red light's going to come on for Marchand as he goes 591 on the 588. And Jimmy Bowden's going to break out 662 on his 664. Okay, here comes the Ford Fairlane 676 is his dial in. He'll be going up against Reed Farrar. Reed with a 654 dial in on the GTO. And it's going to be Reed getting the win line here, 660 on that 654 dial in. Okay, we've got Mustang coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 722 is going to be the dial in. Yeah, we're going up against the Dodge Challenger over here in the Budweiser lane. 684 is his dial in. Red light start there on the Mustang. He's going to give the automatic win here to the Budweiser lane. There's 683 on his 684. Okay, we got another Chevy truck coming up here. This is Y215. It's got a 7 flat dial in. Here we're going up against the Chevy Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. Car number is 1X35. It's got a 625 dial in. Okay, the red light's going to come on over there on the Budweiser side. 628 on a 25 dial in. That's the pickup truck Bale breaks out with a 698 on the 7 flat dial in. Brings up Paul Allen next. 72 Maverick. He'll run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 708 dial in. Going up against James Evans over there in Budweiser lane. Evans with a 692 dial in. Okay, the one light's coming off Paul Allen, 713 on a 718. All right, Mike Crook coming up next. 688 is going to be the dial in. On the Camaro, he's out of Oviedo, Florida. He'll go up against Clint Wilson over there in the Budweiser lane. 696 the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of Providence. And it looks like Crook's going to get the win light here. Is a red light start by Clint Wilson, gave him the automatic win. All right, here we go. We got another Olds Cutlass coming up. This is 8X7W. It's got a 720 dial in. And we run up against Jacob Weibel. He's got an Avon Park. He's got a 99 Mercury Capri. 772 is his dial in. All right, win light comes on over there for Jacob Weibel over there in the Budweiser lane. He went 773 on his 772. Okay, here comes Bill Green. 608 the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro out of Ocala. He'll go up against Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 733 is the dial in for the 95 Firebird. He's out of High Springs as well. Yeah, red light start there for Jason Rollins. Going to get Phil Green the automatic win light. And both drivers broke out. Green breaks out by a ton, though, as he went 603 with an 8 on his 608. Ken Grant coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy Nova. All right, this is Pete Rugas, I believe, here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, David Smith coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 654 is dialed in for the Ford Mustang. Kevin Roberts, we running over here in the Budweiser lane. His 69 Camaro. Okay, so Kevin Roberts gets the red light here, 770 on his 766. Gonna bring up Bill Waller. Waller with a 657 dial in on the Ford Ranger. We're going up against John Bertha there in the Budweiser lane. 689 is his dial in. All right, 21,000 separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Waller getting the red light here. As he went through with a 659 on that 657. All right, here we go. We got motorcycle 357 coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 620 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Keith Collins Sr. over there in the other lane. Oh, here we go. We got Jeff Gatlin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 616 the dial in for the Mustang out of St. Augustine. Going up against James Turner. Got a Keystone Heights. You got a double breakout or double red light start. Jeff Gatlin's going to get the better end of that as he's 003 red to a 007 for James Turner. Okay, we got the S10 pickup truck coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It says car number 2061. And you got Lee Hauser over here in Budweiser lane. 715 is going to be the dial in. Okay, so the S10 gets the win light here. Truck number 2061. It's 713 on that 657 dial in. Okay, Brendan George coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He's got a 615 dialed in. And Ernie Renfro's over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 667 dialed in. And a red light start for Brendan. Gives the other one a chance. Yeah. So Brendan red lit, give the automatic win to Ernie. Both drivers went too quick, but that didn't matter after the red light. J.D. Anderson coming up next. He's out of Edgewater, Florida. 627 is his dial in. He'll go up against Brett Veneman over there in the Budweiser lane. 823 the dial in for Brett. And he goes through an 826 on 825. Pontiac Firebird coming up over here in the Lucas Oil Lane, X217. And Dan Warren over there in the Budweiser Lane. And it's going to be Dan Warren getting the win line here, 648 on his 646 dial in. That'll bring up Aaron Reynolds next. 625 the dial in for the S10 pickup from Melbourne. And we're up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. Kenny's got a 698 dial in. There's a Hawthorne, Florida. All right, we got a clean green light starting by the lanes. One of us a little late though. And Aaron Reynolds is going to get the win light here. So he goes 638 on a 625. Kenny Howard slowed to a 7 flat on his 698. All right, here we go. We got the Plymouth Duster coming up next over here. 720 is going to be the dial in, going up against the Malibu station wagon over here in the Budweiser lane. 669 is his dial in. Red light start on the Malibu. 48 the reaction time on the bar. And we'll go to 723 at 94. All right, Gary Thompson coming up next. 7 flat the dial in for the 78 Malibu. And he's out of McAlpin, Florida. Coming up against D. Lichty over here in the Budweiser lane. He out of St. John's, Florida, driving a 69 Camaro. Okay, so D. Lichty gets the win line here, 661 on his 660 dial in as Gary Thompson runs dead on 8. Can't get it done. Okay, we got S10 pickup truck number 221 dialed in a 688 over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. And we got Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 836 is his dial in. Okay, so Marcus Cruz gets the win right here as he goes 866 on his 36 dial and he was up 21 on the tree. All right, John Connick over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 719 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. Going up against the Roadrunner over there on the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane. And the red light is going to come on for Connick as he goes 728 on a 735. All right, Mark Nell coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 665 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. It's going up against Rick Salyer over there on the Budweiser lane, 510 the dial in for the Opel GT. Okay, red light's going to come on there. Mark Bell, 666 on his 665 dial in. Sire goes out with a 516 on his 510. He also red lit and gave the race to Nell on the starting line. Okay, here comes Mark Van Gillian over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 679 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro, going up against Curtis Wright out of St. Augustine, 860 to dial in for the GTO. And a red light start there from Van Gilly. It's going to give the Curtis Wright the automatic win light. He goes through with an 862 on that 860 dial in. All right, Ford Mustang coming up next. This is car number 216H. She's got a 612 dialed in. And we're going up against the S10 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 648 is going to be the dial in for car number 2140. Red light started for the Mustang. It's going to give the automatic win here to the S10 pickup. S10 goes 647 with a 9 on a 48 dial in. All right, Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Super Pro Motorcycles, need you to lane 7, please. Okay, Dallas Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the 4-door Nova. He's got a 774 dialed in. He'll be going up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. That might very well be Junior Bunner. 627 the dial in for the Camaro. Okay, red light start over here on the Lucas Oil side of the Budweiser lane. It's going to give Dallas Berger the automatic win, and Dallas breaks out, but he has a perfect reaction time, so that probably will render him a time right here in round number 2. Scott DeLeon coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 674 is going to be the dial in the Chevy Malibu. And here we go up against John Siegel over there in the Budweiser lane. 592 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu station wagon. Okay, we're going to clean green light start. Here we go down to the stripe. The win light's coming off for Siegel. 595 on the 592. Gets the win. DeLeon goes out with a 675 on his 674. DeLeon behind on the Christmas tree. 035 to 067. All right. Corky Alford coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 720 is going to be the dial in for the S10. He's Glen St. Mary. Going up against Mike Gaffney out of Wildwood, his 77 AMC Gremlin. And a red light start there for Corky Alford is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win light. Okay, that's going to bring up the Chevy Camaro, car number 2064. And he's got a 669 dial in. He'll be going up against the S10 pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 is going to be the dial in. Okay, and your win light's going to come on over there for the Lucas Oil lane. 669 with a 6 on a 669 dial in. It's a good run there. attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Hey, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. Alright, so here we go over to our Super Pro motorcycles, and we got Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 567 is going to be the dial-in for the motorcycle out of Venice, Florida. Here we go up against Vance Howdyshell out of Vero Beach. 742 is going to be his dial-in. Now we got a clean green light start. One's real good, one's real late, and Hagedorn's going to get the win light here as he goes 570 on his 67 dial-in. His Vance breaks out with a 740 on his 742. Scott DeLong coming up next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 568 is going to be his dial-in. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 592 is going to be his dial-in. Okay, 28 miles separates the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Jr. getting the win line here, 594 on a 92 dial-in. He had a perfect reaction time. Scott DeLong was dead on 6. Can't make it happen. 77 10,000ths of a second was the margin of victory for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 950 the dial-in for the Lucas Oil lane, going up against bike number 357 over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 620 dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. And the win line's going to come on over there for the motorcycle 357 as he goes 694 on a 620 dial in as Leachman breaks out with a 938 on a 950 dial in. All right, John Upthegrove coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 579 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Ann Richter over there in the Budweiser lane. 580 is going to be her dial in. She's out of Palm Harbor, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be John up the road getting the win light here. Goes 580 on the 79 dial in as Ann Richter breaks out with a 578 on her 580 dial in. All right, Larry Berger coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 679 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Kevin Peterson over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 576 dialed in. All right, once again, looking for Super Pro. Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow goes to 3 and 4. Start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, so Kevin Peterson's going to get the win light here. He gives James Bond 007 on the reaction time. Gets 579 on his 576 dial in. Okay, Colin Nash coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Get a 545 dialed in. He'll be going up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. Sandy with a 560 dial in. And Santy's going to get the win light here as he goes 561 with a 0 with a 005 reaction time. Brother Nash got the slow ride going on down through there. All right, Ryan Haney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 will be his dial in out of Reynolds, Georgia. And you got Dwayne Schmidt Sr. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 5732 will be his dial in. What's that? Okay, we got the clean green light start both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Ryan Haney getting the win light here. 635 on a 629 as Schmidt's bike slow to a 582 when it's 532 dial in. All right, Jeff Tisdale coming up next, 565 to dial in for the bike out of Reddick. Here we're going up against Chris Bibb out of Canto, Florida. 560 is his dial in. Okay, so Tisdale going to get the win light here as he goes through the 589 on a 65 dial in. Looks like Deb was having some problems with the bike. I don't think he wanted to upshift or something for 826 on that 560 dial in. Richard Holder coming up next. 568 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Jacksonville. And going up against Anthony Becerra. He's on Palm Coast. 540 will be his dial in. Okay, win light's going to come on for Anthony Visa. He goes 570 on a 540 dial in. His holder breaks out with a 554 on his 568. Anthony Stewart going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 620 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against bike number 129. He's got a 515 dial in. All right, well, red light start for Stewart. He's going to get the automatic win to the Budweiser lane. And it looks like got a single pass coming up here for Jeremy Davis. All right, once again, looking for Brian Trailer, Stable Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round one of Super Pro. They're going to have Big John Rollins coming up first over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 72 Nova High Springs. Then we're going up against the Nova over here in the Budweiser lane, car number 1968. Got a 634 dialed in. Okay, we got off clean and green. Looks like we got 15 pounds separate the two in the starting line. And at the stripe, it looks like the lane light's going to come off for John Rollins on a double breakout. He breaks out with the least. He'll move on into the next round. That's going to bring up Ernie Griggs next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 742 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Camaro out of Ocala. He'll go up against Ron Schaefer over here in the Budweiser lane. 630 is the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against Troy Bunker over there in the Budweiser lane. And at the stripe, it's going to be Dan Dobson getting the win line here, 653 on a 638. He's going to move on into round number 2. That's going to bring up our next pair. John Rugas is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Chevy Camaro, got a 577 dialed in. He'll go up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean green light start here. Looks like about 34,000 every set of starting line, and it's going to be Hicks getting the win light here, 505 on a 504. And Hicks will be moving on into the next round. That's going to bring up John Dwayne. 604 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we go against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 582 the dial in for the Chevy Monza out of High Springs. Red line start by John Dwayne is going to give Glenn Newman's automatic win. And Glenn goes dead on 5 with a 002 reaction time. He put a 7-pound back together, so he's going to be sharp to get him. Dwayne breaks out as well as red lights. That's going to bring up the Chevy pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 646 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Alan Roush Sr. there in the Budweiser lane. 612 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. 564 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 498 dialed in. Okay, one light's going to come off for David Hicks. 502 on that 498. Okay, red light here is coming off for the Corvette. 635 on a 633 dial in. Picks up the win as the dragster broke out with a 456 on his 457 dial in. Bob Alexander coming up next. 475 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And looks like he'll be going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 744 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, red light's going to come over to the Budweiser lane on a double red light start. All right, here goes the next pair. We're going to have the Olds Cutlass coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This 525 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Robbie McDonald over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 511 dialed in. Yeah, red light start for the Cutlass. Going to give the dragster the automatic red light. Dragster goes through the 509 on that 511. All right, Mike Fiddler coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 646 the dial in for the 73 Plymouth Scamp. He'll be going up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. 627 the dial in for the Tesla. And red light start there for Fiddler is going to give Anderson the automatic red. Okay, here go the next pairs. We got the Mustang J211. Going to be running over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 567 is going to be the dial in. Right up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 627 dial in. Or 667, excuse me. What's that? Okay, red light start there over on the Lucas Oil lane. It's going to give Buddy Goolsby the automatic red light. All right, we got a pair of dragsters coming up here next. We got car number 154F. It's going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 477 is going to be the dial in. Going up against car number 225 over here in the Budweiser lane. It's got 542 dialed in. now, separate the two at the starting line. One line's going to come on down there for the Lucas Oil lane as he goes dead on zero and gets the one light there as a breakout over there in the Budweiser lane, but 5:39 on the 5:42. Victor Adams coming up next. 6:55 is going to be the dial in for the 89 Pontiac Firebird. Here we're going up against the Chevy Camaro over there in the Budweiser lane. 6:25 is going to be the dial in for car number 1X35. And the red light's going to come on for Victor Adams. He goes 6:55 on his 6:55 dial in. He's 0-10 on the tree. Puts a 16 pound bag together. All right, Earl McGill coming up next, or Jerry McGill coming up next, I should say. 482 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. 599 is going to be the dial in for car number 2549. Yeah, one night start there from McGill is going to give the automatic win here to the Mustang. And the Mustang goes through the 6 flat underneath. No 18 reaction time. Brings up Tom Heath, maybe in the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 634 is going to be his dial in. And going up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 450 is the dial in for Hicks. Red line started by Hicks is going to give Heath the automatic win. And Hicks goes through the 451 on that 450. Heath breaks out with a 632 on his 34, but he'll still get the win. Jeff Gatlin coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 616 is going to be his dial in. Going up against the Trans Am over there in the Budweiser lane. 599 will be the dial in. Okay, 2,000 separated the two of the starting line. And it's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the win line here as he goes dead on 4 with an 032 reaction time. Gatlin goes dead on 7 with an 034. 58 10,000ths of a second was the difference at the stripe. All right, here comes the Melrose Missile, Jimmy Montgomery. 503 is going to be his dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against car number 142. They got a 461 dialed in. Okay, 9,000 separate the two at the start, and it's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the win line here. As he does 463 on the 61 as Jimmy breaks out by 4,000ths. And it's going to bring up Dick Brown next. 613 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number A208. And they've got a 495 dialed in. Okay, Budweiser lane's going to get the one right there, dead on 9 with a no 23 reaction time. That's going to bring up here next pairs. We got dragster number L201. It's got a 455 dialed in. Going up against Nick Parkins over here in the Budweiser lane. 577 is his dial in. Yeah, red light start for the dragster. It's going to give Nick Parkins in the Corvette the automatic wing light. All right, Mike Boss coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 578 is going to be the dial in for the 63 Corvette Roadster. He'll go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 473 is his dial in. All right, Mike Boss gets the win light here as he goes 580 on a 78 dial in. All right, Tony Morris coming up next. 762 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Fairmont. It's out of Winter Garden, Florida. They're going up against the dragster over here in Budweiser lane, B217. He's got a 493 dialed in. Okay, red light start there by Tony Morris. Going to give the automatic win to car B217. And he breaks out with a 492 and a 1 on his 493. Okay, that's going to bring up dragster number 2150. 526 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against the 63 Corvette. Car number 9. He's got a 545 dialed in. Okay, we go clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. The stripe and the red lights coming off of the Corvette. 556 on the 545. He was 012 on the tree. And as the dragster getting 533 on a 526. It's going to bring up Paul Allen next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 707 dialed in, going up against the Chevy Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. Car number JB1X. He's got a 576 dialed in. Okay, the Camaro is going to get the win light here. He goes 578 on a 76 dial in. And Paul Allen broke out by a little bit. Brings up Mike Bonacci next. 512 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. And then we're up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 542 is his dial in. Okay, they're both off and running. And the win light's going to come off of Bonacci as he goes dead on 7 with an 012 reaction time. And Brett Farnham next, 470 to dial in for the drag show of Orange Park. Okay, real nice start there for Farnham's going to get the automatic win here to number 233A. He went 462 with the 4 on his 464, or 462. He was 002 on the tree, so he's got a 6-dial pack. Gary Sturgeon coming up next out of DeBary, Florida. 496 is going to be his dial in. And he going up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. 682 is going to be his dial in. All right, so we got the Chevy Nova number 3966 coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 601 is going to be the dial in. Going up against the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. 772 is going to be the dial in for car 22223. We got a red light start in both lanes, and the Budweiser lane will be given the win light on that. Okay, here comes Sherry Powell. 663 is going to be his dial in, going against Mike Bennett over there in the Budweiser lane. Bennett was 704 dial in. Okay, so on a double breakout, Sherry Powell gets the win light here. He breaks out by thousands, and Mike Bennett breaks out by 5,000s. That's going to bring up Bob George. 698 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Ken Grant. Grant's out of Ty, Georgia. He's got a 468 dialed in. Okay, win light's going to come on for Ken Grant. He goes dead on 2 with no 20 reaction time, picks up the win as Bob George breaks out with a 696 on his 698. Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 462 is his dial in. And I'm going to try to count it. All right, we got the Plymouth Duster coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 723 is going to be his dial in. All right, here comes Lou Hawthorne. 448 is going to be the dial in over here in Lucas Oil Lane. Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lanes. All right, attention to the pits, super series, pro bikes, street bike. Need you to lane 7, street bikes, lane 7, please. Junior Street. Make your way to staging lane number 8, Junior Street. Lane number 8, please. So I need street bikes to lane 7, Junior Street to lane 8. Start making your way to the lanes, please. Okay, Lou Hawthorne's going to get the win light here as he goes 456 on a 47 dial in. As Carl Carlson goes out with a 560 on his 517. John Connick coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Chevy Monza's. Got a 721 dialed in. Then we're going up against the Vega over there in the Budweiser lane. Vega with a 595 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean start for both drivers. Here we go, the stripe is going to be Connick getting the win light here as he goes dead on 5. And picks up the win. And it's 6 flat on that 595 over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Keith Collins Jr. coming up next. 553 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Taz over here. This is Jason Graham and his Chevy 2 Nova with a 570 dial in. Well, wheels have started right there for Jason Graham. And Jason Graham's going to get the win right here as he was dead on 9 with a 009 reaction time. He puts an 18th out back together. Keith Collins breaks out with a 551 on his 553. Okay, so we got the Ford Mustang coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 631 dialed in, going up against the S10 pickup over there on the Budweiser lane with a 631 dialed in. And the wind light's going to come on over here on the Lucas Oil lane, dead on 3 with an 012 reaction time. Okay, got the Mustang coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 614 is going to be the dial in, going up against Mike Rison there in the Budweiser lane. 657 is his dial in. All right, here goes the 68 Chevelle. Mr. Nightlinger over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Rob Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 625 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. All right, attention to the pits. Sportsman. We're going to move you over here to lanes 1 and 2. I wish you'd wait till you're called to the lanes so we can put you where we need you. But Sportsman, come on into lanes 1 and 2. Please wait till you're called before you come to the lanes. All right, while it's quiet up for just a moment, I want to remind everybody we got a RFC chapel service tomorrow morning on the 3rd floor of the tower at 8 a.m. So if you're hanging around there, please come on up to the 3rd floor tomorrow morning for your chapel service. Also, racers, remember, if you're out there in the pit area, do not come to the staging lanes until you are called to the lanes, please. We got some that are getting a little anxious and showing up before I need you up there, and it's messing me up. So if you are not called to the lanes, please do not come to the lanes. Right now, I need pro bikes to lane 7, pro bikes to lane 7, and junior street to lane number 8, junior street lane 8. Nobody else has been called at this point. Okay, sportsman lanes 1 and 2, sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Alright, I did talk to Rob Reynolds a little bit earlier, and he did tell me that the payout information for the bonus payout, that's just bonus payout, for Super Pro is going to be $2,470. And Pro is going to be $1,430. So that will be for the last car standing, and paid into that, of course. So keep that in mind. So nice little chunk of change to go along with the purse here this afternoon. Coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 565 is going to be his dial in, going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane, car for 226A. He's got a 496 dialed in. Alright, red light starting in by Hagedorn, going to hit the wing line to the dragster. Alright, looks like we got Dave Shaluta coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 417 dialed in. That's pretty quick. Go up against, yeah. And it's showing over here, this is Doug Foley Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. Got a 497 dial in. All right, Mark Daniels coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's out of Jacksonville, got a 497 dialed in, going against the Roadster. 33 Ford Roadster over here in the Budweiser lane. 538 is going to be his dial in. And your win light's going to come on down for Mark Daniels. as the roadster breaks out with the 536 on the 538. All right, Jordan Prince coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 465 is going to be the dial in. And going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat is going to be the dial in for car number 206G. We got direction number 2020 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is going to be the dial in. Charles Racer is going to be over there on the Budweiser side. Got a 497 dialed in. Alright, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Charles Racer getting the one light there as he gets 498 on his 497 dial in. Robert Treadwell coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 668 is going to be his dial in. Yeah, we're going up against Donnie Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 690 the dial in for the Mercury Comet. Yeah, red light start there for Hutto is going to give Treadwell the automatic win. And Treadwell goes through with a 669 on his 668. Vic Singer coming up next. 619 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Monza. And he'll be going up against the Chevy Camaro over there in the Budweiser lane. 642 is going to be the dial in. Okay, 5,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the one line here on a double breakout. All right, Kim Palmetier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 451 is going to be her dial in. She'll be going up against John Siegel over here in the Chevy 2 Nova. It's got a 608 dialed in. Big wheels up starting there for that Nova. And the Nova is going to get the win line here, 609 on a 608 as the dragster breaks out by 2,000ths. so we got, no. Okay, Ryan Palmetier coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Going up against Chad Kennedy over there in the Budweiser lane. And Chad Kennedy's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He had better on the two red lights, and he goes through the 742 on his 741 dial in. Okay, you got Camaro number 2244 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 681 is going to be the dial in. Actually, I think that's Alan Rollins at the wheel of that Camaro. Going up against Glenn Dubins over here in the Budweiser lane. 582 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. And Glenn Dubins is going to get the win light here on a red light start by Alden. And Glenn goes through with a 581 with an 8 on his 82 dial in. So Glenn was 008 on the tree. Yeah, they did. All right, car number 206 coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. It's got a 6 flat dial in, car number 2549L. Okay, Willight's going to come on over there in the Budweiser lane for the Mustang. He wins on a double breakout. Okay, here we go. We got the S10 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. This is going to be car number 2661. It's got a 620 dialed in. Robbie McDonald over there in the Budweiser lane has got a 519 dialed in on his direction. Okay, on a double breakout, the red light's going to come on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track for car number 2661. Okay, Scott Gibson Jr. coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 630 to dial in from the Malibu wagon. Going up against Alan Roush Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 613 to dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, 34,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the strike. Blue lights coming on down there for Scott Gibson on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least, moves on into round number 2. Billy Dunn coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 470 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. Goolsby with a 665 dial in on his S10 pickup. All right, 3,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to strike. That's going to be Goolsby getting the win line here. Double breakout. He breaks out less than done and gets the win line. All right, here comes your next pair as we got the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, L278. I believe that is Ann Knapp. And she's got a 702 dialed in, going up against David Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 501's his dial in. Yeah, red line start. Oh, hang on to that little S10. That thing is starting to get a little loose out there. They gathered it back in. All right, Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is going to be the dial in for the drag shot of Ocala. Well, I guess Mark Orton over here in the Budweiser lane. 549 the dial in for the drag shot of Callahan. And red light start there for Horton. It's going to get Bonacci the automatic win. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up next. He's got a 710 dialed in. And here we go up against Gary Vasquez over here in the Budweiser lane. 472 is going to be his dial in. And red light started by Gary Vasquez is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win. Gary goes through the 470 on 472. And Gaffney goes 709 on his 710. Brendan George coming up next. 484 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. They match up against Cameron Fredrickson over here in the Budweiser lane. 453 is going to be his dial in. All right, 12 miles separated the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Brendan George getting the run line here on a double breakout. Okay, Junior Bunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 577 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 450 is the dial in. Okay, red line here is coming on for the Camaro. He wins on a double breakout. Okay, we got a clean green light start, and the Budweiser lane's going to get there first. 464 on a 462. It was 009 on the tree. All right, Bruce Root over there. 716 the dial in on the Mustang 2, goes 718. All right, guys, make some room over in that direction to get through. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go over here to round one of the street bikes. That would mean that Junior Street is on deck. Sportsman, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. All right, junior dragsters, listen up, please. I need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, please. Junior dragsters, 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 4. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 4. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 3. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 3. All right, Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Bob Boats. And it's going to be Boats getting the win light here, 11:44 on his 11:23 dial in. And he's considered himself lucky that Dwayne Schmidt broke out because a reaction time that starts with a 6 generally doesn't win you many races. All right, Anthony Stewart over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 970 dialed in. He'll be going against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. 12:57 is his dial in. And your win line's going to have gone down for Anthony Stewart as he goes 974 on a 70 dial in as Jeremy Davis goes 1286 on his 1257. Scott DeLong coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1294 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Anthony Visa out of Palm Coast. He's got an 873 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. stripe, it's going to be Anthony getting the win light here. 8:59 on a 73 as both drivers broke out by a ton. Chuck Willem coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 993 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Colin Dash over there in the Budweiser lane. 874 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be Chuck Willem getting the win light here on a double breakout. It's going to be bad for Colin Nash. He throws away a perfect reaction time. And Chuck was late. But Chuck gets the win light on the double breakout. Vance Haddishell coming up next out of Vero Beach. 980 is going to be the dial in there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And bike number 357 is over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, once again, junior dragsters, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, need y'all in lane 4. Junior dragsters, 10 to 12, lane 4. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 3. Junior dragsters, 13 and older, lane 3. All right, Sean Tucker coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 943 is going to be his dial in. Going up against John Upthegrove over there in the Budweiser lane. 884 will be his dial in. Yeah, looks like Sean had some problems with his off the bat. And looks like John Upthegrove is going to get the win light here as he goes 893 on his 884. All right, here we go. We got Dwayne Schmidt Sr. over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 820 is going to be his dial in, going against Dwayne Leachman over there in the Budweiser lane. Red light start for Schmidt. It's going to give Leachman the automatic win. All right, so here we go as we're getting ready to go into the junior classes. Junior classes are, of course, sponsored by Flying Brian Trailer Sales. He sponsors all the junior classes there, so we appreciate Flying Brian for his contributions to the classes. So once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragster, 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 4, and 13 and over in lane 3. All right, this is our 2 junior street entries. And we're going to have Hunter Dowling over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 1090 dialed in. And he'll be going up against Allison McLean, it says, out of Hernando. I don't think that is correct, but we'll run with it for now. All right, so we're getting ready to go into the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Here shortly, as we got Sportsman coming out next. All right, so here we go, round one of Sportsman. And we're going to have Bruce Ziegler coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1631 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Moline, Illinois. Going up against Chris Parisi out of Jacksonville. 1182 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Now, red light start there for Parisi. He's going to give Bruce the automatic win. And Bruce goes through the 1611 on a 1631. Parisi went 1183 on his 1182. Mitch Gunner coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1715 the dial in on the vehicle out of Stark. And went up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 1480 the dial in for his Chevy pickup. Okay, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Salyers getting the win light here as Mitch Gunner breaks out. And Salyers goes 1502. All right, Steven Strickland coming up next, 1206, the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of St. John's, Florida, going up against Tim Pafford. 1173, the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Adel. And the win light's going to come on down there for Pafford on a double breakout. That's going to bring up Chuck Bush next. 1650 the dial in for the El Camino. He's out of Gainesville. Going up against John Lampola over there in the Budweiser lane. 1540 the dial in for the Chevy pickup. And a red light start there by Lampola is going to give Bush the automatic win. All right, David Zook coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, 1138 the dial in for the Plymouth Roadrunner. He'll be going up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane, 1710 the dial in for the Chevy truck out of St. George, Georgia. Okay, 9th aisle, separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be David Zook getting the win light here, 1154 on a 38 dial in as Jay Dickinson is slowed to a 1781 on his 1710. Scott DeLeon coming up next, 1165 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Chevy Malibu. He'll be going up against Jeff Barrier over there in the Budweiser lane. 1205 is the dial in for Barrier's Dodge Charger. clean green light start. One of them was real good, one of them was real late. And your winner is going to be Scott DeLeon, 1167 on 1165. He was 009 on the tree. Good run there for him. Jeff Barry goes dead on 2. Can't get it done. He was 206 on the Christmas tree. All right, Chris Courtney coming up next. 1131 to dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am over there in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going up against Brett Benjamin there in the Budweiser Lane. 1298 is his dial in. Okay, it looks like Benjamin's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. All right, Chad King coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1220 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And here we're going up against Blake Scott out of Pinetta, Florida. 1119 is the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Yeah, red light start for Blake Scott. It's going to give Chad King the automatic win. And Chad goes through the 1221 on his 1220 dial in. All right, let's go bring up Corvette number 284. 1363 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going against the Ford Mustang over there in the Budweiser Lane. 15 flat the dial in. And here we go to the stripe, and your win light's going to come on down there for the Corvette. Goes 1381 on that 1363 is the Mustang slowed to a 1542 on its 15 flat dial in. Mitch Gunner coming up next. 2014 Dodge Charger out of start. Going up against Bob Hoxton over there in the Lucas in the Budweiser Lane, 1130 the dial in. Okay, Mitch Gunner is going to get the win light here on a double red light. And it goes 1267 on his 85 dial in. Oxford went 1098 on his 1130 dial in. Dennis Harsh coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1212 dial in on the Chevy Blazer from Gainesville. And he'll be going up against David Muscard out of Beverly Hills, Florida, in the 72 Dodge Demon. He's got 1114 dialed in on that. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got 28 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on down there for David Muscard on a double breakout. He'll get the win line, move on into the next round. That's going to bring up the Camaro, number B251. It's got 1105 dialed in. Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser Lane, 1159 to dial in for the 95 Firebird. Well, red light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track is going to give Jason Rollins the automatic win light. Jason goes through 11:58 on that 11:59. All right, Corky Bumpus coming up over here next in the Plymouth Valiant. He's got 1187 dialed in on that. Going up against Kenny Hires there in the Budweiser lane. Kenny with 1104 dialed in on his Chevy truck. Okay, red light start there for Kenny Hires is going to give Bumpus the automatic win. And Corky goes 1182 on that 1187. Kenny Hires went 1190 on his 1104. Sam Gentile coming up next, 1430 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Joshua Weibel out of Brandon, Florida, 1350 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And red light start for Gentile is going to give Joshua the automatic win. Robert Simpson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1202 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Going up against Dallas Berger over there in the Budweiser lane. 1212 his dial in on his 68 Nova. Okay, we got a clean green light start. We got, looks like 25,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Simpson getting the win light here on a double breakout. Okay, next we got John Muldowney coming up next. He's out of Lake Worth, Florida. The 2014 Ford Mustang going up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 1316 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird out of McClenny. And it looks like Marcus Cruz is going to get the win light here, 1358 on the 1316. As Muldowney breaks out by 4 thousandths. All right, Mike Crook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1615 the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Got 11 flat dialed in on his 68 Nova. So Wilson's going to have to show an extreme amount of patience here as he's got to sit there and watch that Mustang go down the track for over 5 seconds before he can start giving chase. Okay, the win light's going to come on in over Clint Wilson on a double breakout. Adam Wills coming up next. 1140 is going to be the dial in for the Old Cutlass. He'll be going up against Jen Robards over here in the Budweiser lane. 1315 the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Okay, on a double breakout, Adam Wills is going to get the win light. Okay, that's going to bring up car 2713, 1440 is going to be the dial in for the Beamer, going up against Curtis Wright in the Pontiac GTO. He's got a 1350 dialed in. Okay, win light's coming on down there for the Lucas Oil lane. All right, Dennis Harsh coming up over here next to the Chevy Blazer. He's got a 1207 dialed in. And we're going up against Peyton Bush over here in the Budweiser lane. 1530 is going to be the dial in for the El Camino. All right, so it looks like I got some problems with the El Camino. They got it going up and running now. And the El Camino is going to actually get the win light here because Dennis Harsh has broke out. So the El Camino wins with a 25-30. And bring up your next pair. We're going to have Bart Van Gillian over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. In the Chevy Corvette out of Melrose. He went up against Ryan Barnes over here in the Budweiser lane. 1194, the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Okay, we got a clean green light start, 71 thou difference at the starting line. And here we go, the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Bart Van Gillian on a double breakout. All right, so here we go back to the junior dragsters, round number one, and we're going to get things kicked off over here with the 6 to 9 year olds, and we've got driver 2283 coming up over here. 1190 is going to be the dial in. I think this is one of John Siegel's entries here. Go up against Kylie Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. 1193 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. we go with our next pair is we got car 2286. 1190 is dialed in on that one, and car 284 also got 1190 dialed in on that vehicle. Okay, so here we go up to the 10 to 12-year-olds, and we're going to have Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 902 is going to be her dial in. And she'll go up against Wyatt Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. 909 is going to be his dial in.
Don't beat yourself up.
Okay, we got a clean green light start for both racers. Looks like 27,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. Let me see Sierra Haight getting the win light here, 909 on her 902. As Wyatt Hicks breaks out with a 903 on his 909. Okay, that's going to bring up Blake Jones next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 890 dialed in. Then we going up against car number 200 over here. They've got an 892 dialed in. Okay, red line start there by Blake Jones is going to give the automatic win to the Budweiser lane. Blake goes through the 891 was 890, and they break out over there on the Budweiser lane, but they still get the red light because of the red light start. Okay, that's going to bring up car number 240 over here on the Lucas Oil side. 890 is going to be the dial in there. Tanner Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane has got an 896 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start for both racers. And it's going to be Lucas Oil Lane getting the win light here on a double breakout. All right, Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 895 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 892 will be her dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator, start making your way back into lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Careful of the juniors when you're coming in. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, we got a clean start here in both lanes. And looks like you got 41,000 difference at the starting line, and the win line's going to come on down there for Briella Browning on a double breakout. She breaks out by the least, and we'll move on into the next round. Colson Hayden coming up next. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're going up against 214R over there in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is going to be the dial in. Okay, red light start there for Colson Hayes. Going to give the automatic win here to the Budweiser lane. They go through the 1202 and 1190 dial in. That's going to bring up Everly Siegel over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 894 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Colton Brandon over there in the Budweiser lane. 890 will be the dial in there. Okay, red light start there for Everly Siegel. We'll get the automatic win here to Colton Brandon. All right, that'll bring up your next pairs. We got Kaden Holloway over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over there in the Budweiser lane. 893 is his dial in.
I'm probably gonna beat somebody up.
All right, red light start there for Holloway. He's going to give Lincoln McMaster the automatic win. And Lincoln goes through with an 885 on that 893. Caden also went 885 on his 890. Aaron Kennedy coming up next. 890 will be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going up against Wright Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He has an 890 dial in. All right, once again, look for Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. And red light start there for Ryan Cook's going to give Aaron Kennedy the automatic win. And Aaron goes through with an 889 with an 8 on his 890 dial in. And that will bring up Xander Cook. 890 will be his dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Okay, so it looks like we're going to step it up here to the older kids now. As we got car number 619, has an 832 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 793 dialed in. All right, so you got a clean start both lanes. One of them's pretty sharp, one's a little late. And Brooklyn Collins is going to get the win line here. She was dead on with a 0 and gets lucky there because she was behind on the Christmas tree, but managed to pull the win line out. Jogan Pagano coming up next. 795 the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Hunter Dowling over there in the Budweiser lane, 810 to dial in. He's from Gainesville. Okay, red line start there for Hunter Dowling. It's going to give Pagano the automatic win. And then he goes through the 791 on a 95. Hunter went 819 on an 810. Gonna bring up Allison Reynolds next. 795 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. And Wyatt Palmatier will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 8 flats his dial in. Yeah, red line start there for Wyatt Palmatier is going to give Allison Reynolds the automatic win light. And Allison goes dead on 1. Good run there for her. Wyatt went 802 on an 8 flat. And it looks like your last one coming out here in this first round is going to be Curtis Peak. It's at Equipment, Georgia. 790 is going to be the dial in. Okay. Curtis Peak goes through with a 786 at 82 miles an hour. All right, that completes round number 1. It's now 4:30 in the afternoon. Looks like we're going to be here a while, folks. So as I'm sure most of these folks park back in. So once again, we're going to do a little touch up on the raceway. I have called the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator cars back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into 3 and 4.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
the Rollins Automotive Preliminary category. And we guess these boys must camp out up here at the start, head to the staging lanes. They've been the first ones out every round so far. Bike 214 got a 740 dialed in. Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane got a 781 dialed in. Yeah, red light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track gives Jeremy Davis the automatic win. And Davis goes through with an 805 on his 781 dial in. That's going to bring up Andy Lindsay. 673 the dial in for Andy. His Ford Mustang. And we're going to run against Colin Dash. 544 the dial in for the motorcycle. All right, we got a clean green line start both lanes. Here we go. Up the stripe here, one line's coming off of Colin Dash. 545 on a 44 dial in. He was 049 on the tree. Andy breaks out with a 667 on his 673. He was behind on the Christmas tree with an 064. All right, that's going to bring up car number 6692. 720 the dial in for the Oldsmobile. Going up against Tim Pafford. Over there in the Budweiser lane, he's got a 747 dial in on his S10 pickup truck out of Adel, Georgia. And we got 9 dials separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be the Olds getting the win line here. As he goes dead on 3, gets the win line there as Pafford breaks out by 6 thousandths. That's going to bring up motorcycle number 357. He got a 618 dialed in. He'll be going up against the Chevy 2 Nova. I believe it's Paul Vizzo over here in the Budweiser lane. 626 is his dial in. All right, we got a clean green start for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be the Chevy 2. Vizzo is going to get the win line 636 on a 626 at 90 miles an hour. Bob Hoxton coming up next. 616 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be running up against Jimmy Hodges over there in the Budweiser lane. 608 the dial in for the 75 Nova out of Middleburg. All right, got a clean green line start. Looks like that 5 dials separate the two of the starting line and the stripe. It's going to be Hoxton getting the win line here on a double breakout as he breaks out by 1 foul. Jimmy Hodges breaks out by 200s. All right, Georgia Manuel coming up next. 758 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Nova. He's out of High Springs, Florida. And he'll be going up against Jim Atkins out of Holly Hill, Florida. 634 is going to be the dial in for his 1968 Chevy Camaro.
The announcer will be back on in just a minute. He's on the telephone. Phil Green's going to pick up the win here in the Lucas Lane.
All right, here goes Gary Thompson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7 flat's going to be the dial in for the 78 Malibu. He'll be going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 749 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And red light start there for Brandon Williams. Going to give Gary Thompson the automatic win light here. And Thompson goes through with the 699 on that 7 flat dial in. He gets the win, moves on into round number 3. That's going to bring up the Chevy Vega next. 1137 is going to be the dial in. It's got a 692 dialed in on it. And we're going up against the looks like a Monte Carlo over here on the Budweiser lane. 767 is going to be the dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start. 6 valves separate the 2 at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Lucas Oil Light getting the win light here. 693 on a 692. And car 1137 moves on into round number 3. John Dwayne coming up next. 603 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll go up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 715 will be the dial in for the Camaro out of Hilliard, Florida. Okay, we get a clean green light start. 35 now separate the 2 at the starting line. Here we go. The stripe is John Dwayne going to get the win right here as he goes 606 on his 603 dial in. Jimmy Hall bows out with a 730 on his 715. All right, Jimmy Balmer coming up next. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Dart out of Orlando. And here we going up against Pete Rugas over there in the Budweiser lane. His 66 Impala. He's got a 643 dialed in. Okay, we're going to clean green light start both lanes. And at the stripe down there, it's going to be Jimmy Bowden getting the win line here as he goes 666 on a 662 as Rugas breaks out by 5 thousandths. Paul Allen coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 703 the dial in for the Ford Maverick, your current pro champion. And here we go up against Dan Salyers over here in the Budweiser lane, 973 the dial in for his Chevy pickup truck that he's pulling the race car with because the race car broke, looks like. So Salyers ain't giving up. And Paul Allen's going to get the best of him here, though, unfortunately, as he goes through with a 738 on his 703. Salyers goes 1004 on his 973. Salyers a little late there on the tree. Okay, David Smith coming up next. 656 going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Going to be going up against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. 693 the dial in for the Chevy Nova. Okay, red light start there by Clint Wilson is going to give the automatic win here to David Smith. And David goes through the 653 on his 56 dial in as Clint Wilson runs dead on 6. All right, Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 709 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He'll be going up against the Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. 722 is going to be the dial in for car number 2162. And a red light start there on the Mustang is going to give Mike Gaffney the automatic win. And Gaffney goes through with a 710 at 98 miles an hour to a 723 at 96. Dawson Bass coming up next. He's got 721 dialed in on his 95 Mustang. Here we run up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Okay, 8 miles separate the two of the starting line. This one should be pretty close. Dawson Bass is going to get the win line there as he goes 722 on a 21 as Courtney breaks out with a 651 on his 660 dial in. All right, Blue Dollar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. In his Ford Ranger, he'll be going up against Reed Farrar out of Jacksonville. 654 the dial in for the 66 GTO. Okay, 2 miles separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to strike. Your red light's coming on for Bill Waller. So he goes through with a 657 on his 656. Okay, John Connick coming up next, 719 to dial in for the Chevy Monza. And he'll be going up against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane. Car with 1X35, and he's got a 625 dialed in. Hey, red light start for Connick's going to give the automatic win to the Camaro. And Camaro goes 633 on that 625. Martinell coming up next in the S10 pickup truck. He's got a 665 dialed in. Richard Lindsay will be over here at the Budweiser lane. 646 the dial in for the Mustang out of Gainesville. All right, we got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go. Martinell is going to get the win line as he goes dead on 5, picks up the win. Lindsay goes out with a 647 on his 646. Brendan George coming up next. 610 to dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here right up against Ronnie Whitberry. The 74 Duster has got a 723 dialed in. Okay, so Ronnie his car off to the side of the track there, and something went awry. And Brendan George is going to get the win right here as he goes 6:30 on that 6:10 dial in.
"60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great." ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Gaspar coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Dan Warren. Gaspar with a 668 there on the yellow S10. 646 the dial in for Dan Warren. And that bronze S10. Chop top. And red light start there for Dan Warren. It's going to give Gaspar the automatic win. And Gaspar goes through with a 669 on that 668. Dan Warren goes dead on with a 0, but unfortunately he's over 13 red. That'll bring up Ken Grant. 564 the dial in for the Chevy Nova out of Tight, Georgia. Going up against Travis Marchand. He's out of Keystone Heights. 587 the regular dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And Travis Marchand's going to get the win light here as he goes through with a 588 on his 587 dial in. And Travis has a perfect reaction time. So that should get him the bottle rack going into round 3. Okay, let's go bring up Chris Courtney next. 717 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird, or Trans Am, excuse me. Then we're going up against D. Lichty over there in the Budweiser lane. 656 the dial in for his 69 Camaro. And a red light start there for D. Lichty. He's going to give the automatic win here to Courtney. And he goes 718 on that 717. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 627 is the dial in for the 22 Tesla. He'll be going up against Jason Rollins over there in the Budweiser lane. 732 is his dial in. Okay, we're going to clean green light start, 34,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be the Tesla getting the red light here. 629 on a 27 dial in as Rollins breaks out by 7 thousandths. Jim Gatlin coming up next. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. And he'll be running up against Bart Pangilian there in the Chevy Camaro. Bart with a 677 dial in. Okay, we're going to clean green light start, 11 miles difference at the starting line. Here we go, the stripe. Your win light's coming on for Mark Gillian, 678 on the 677 as Gatlin breaks out by 6 thousandths. Mike Crook coming up next. 684 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Kenny Hires over there in Budweiser lane. 699 the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. Okay, we're going to clean green light start both lanes. And we go to the stripe. Win light's going to come all over for Mike Crook. 687 on a 684 dial in. Picks up the win. Kenny Hires goes out with a 7 flat on his 699. Crook was better on the Christmas tree, 045 to an 081. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 672 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll go up against Jacob Weibel. 772 is going to be the dial in for the 99 Mercury Capri. Green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And the win light's coming off for Scott and Leon. 681 on that 672 dial in as Jacob's car slowed to an 821 on it 772 dial in. That'll bring up Roland Alford. Corky, right, call it. 718 is going to be a dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We'll go up against Kevin Roberts over there at the Budweiser lane. 768 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro. All right, Super Pro Motorcycles. Super Pro Motorcycles. Y'all should be in the lanes. In lane 7. Okay, in the Mustang 277X, got a 632 dial in, picks up the win with a 637. As the Chevy 2 bows out with a 625 on a 625 dial in, just got behind on the Christmas tree and couldn't make it up. All right, got a Pontiac Firebird coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, X217. Going up against car P540, the Plymouth Roadrunner over there in the Budweiser lane. It's got a 713 dialed in. And the Roadrunner's going to get the win light here, 723 on a 713 as a breakout for the Firebird. He breaks out by 7 thousandths. Robert Simpson coming up next. Chevy Nova out of Jacksonville. Going up against John Bertha over there in the Budweiser lane. 686 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Okay, 11,000 separate the two at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Robert Simpson getting the win line here as he goes 762 on a 762. Picks up the win. He had better reaction time there over John Bertha. And that's going to bring up Bubba Browning. 67 Chevy 2 out of Sarasota. It's got a 610 dialed in. Going up against Roy Hacker Jr. 67 Ford Fairlane. He's out of Northville, Michigan. 677 is going to be the dial in. And a red light start there for Hacker is going to get Browning the automatic red light. And Browning goes through with a 607 on a 610. Hacker goes 677 on a 677 dial in. All right, let's go bring up the Plymouth Roadrunner 2615. 720 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Brett Benjamin over here in the Budweiser lane. Benjamin with an 824 dial in on the GTO out of Jacksonville. Okay, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Lucas Oil lane getting the win light here. As he goes 721 on a 720 as Benjamin breaks out with an 822 on his 824 dial in. All right, let's go bring up the Chevelle over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 299's got a 655 dialed in. He'll go up against Lee Hauser over there in the Budweiser lane, 715 the dial in for the 71 Dart. And Hauser's going to get the win light here on the red light start there by the Chevelle. And Hauser gets 783 on his 715. Aaron Reynolds coming up next. 623 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Ernie Renfro over there in the Budweiser lane. 1970 Chevy Camaro. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will go to 3 and 4, and then to 5 and 6 as needed. So once again, I'm calling Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, Aaron Reynolds going to get the win line here, 626 on a 23 dial in. Is already runs dead on with a 5, but he's a little bit behind on the Christmas tree. All right, Chevy Camaro coming up over here on the Lucas Oil, or Chevy Ford Mustang coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 612 to dial in. Going against the Mercury Capri of James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 743 dialed in. And on a dual red light start, James Turner is going to get the win light. That's going to bring up Robert Treadwell next, 668 to dial in for the Camaro out of Callahan. Going up against Curtis Wright out of St. Augustine in the Pontiac GTO. He's got an 860 dialed in. Okay, Robert Treadwell is going to get the win line here as he goes 676 on his 668 dial in. As Wright goes out with a 862 on his 860. All right, Keith Collins Sr. coming up next. He's got a 570 dial in on the Chevy Nova over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Look, against James Evans over there in the Budweiser lane, 697 the dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. And it's going to be Collins getting the win line here on a double breakout. Ryan Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 is going to be his dial in. He'll be running up against Ryan Norton over there in the Budweiser lane. 647 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Both lanes 40 fouls separate the two at the starting line. And in the stripe, Ryan Norton's going to get the win line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up your next pair. We got Dallas Berger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 767 is his dial in. He'll be going against John Siegel over there in the Malibu station wagon. He's got a 591 dial in. All right, once again, looking for the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. And even 5 and 6 if need be. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. You should make your way to the lanes, please. Okay, clean green line start both lanes, 14 fouls separate the two at the start, and at the stripe, it's going to be Dallas Berger getting the win line here, 770 on a 767, gets the win line there as Siegel goes out with a 593 on his 591. All right, once again, looking for Flying Brian trailer sales. Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian trailer sales. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Looks like lanes 1 and 2 are full. We're going to 3 and 4. We'll go over to 5 and 6 if need be. I've got a motorcycle and a golf cart sitting in lane 6. That stuff needs to go. Alright, so here we go with the Super Pro Motorcycles round 2. Richard Holder over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 552 is going to be his dial in. Going against Ann Richter out of Palm Harbor, Florida. She's got a 575 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there by Ann Richter is going to get the automatic win here. Richard Holder. And Holder goes through the 554 and his 552 dial in. Ryan Haney coming up next. 630 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against Scott DeLong over here in the Budweiser lane. 564 is his dial in. Okay, Scott DeLong is going to get the win light here, 567 on a 564 dial in. Holder goes, or excuse me, Haney goes dead on 5. Unfortunately, he was way behind on the Christmas tree. So Scott DeLong gets the win light. Roy Hagedorn coming up next, 562 is going to be the dial in for the bike from Venice. He'll go up against John Upthegrove over here in the Budweiser lane, 579 is his dial in. Okay, you got an $80 difference at the starting line here. And it's going to be John Upthegrove getting the win line here. So he goes 580 on a 579. Hagedorn goes out with a 563 on his 562. All right, Vance Habershell coming up next. 739 is the dial in. He's out of Vero Beach, Florida. Going up against Anthony Vazera out of Palm Coast. He's got a 541 dial in. Okay, so Vance Habershell is going to get the win light here on a double red light start. He had the better of the 2 red lights, so he moves on into round number 3. I'm going to bring up Kevin Peterson next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 575 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Colin Nash over there in the Budweiser lane. 544 is his dial in. Okay, Larry Bowden over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Jeremy Davis. And Jeremy Davis is going to get the win light here, 832 on that 803 dial in. That's going to bring up Dwayne Schmidt Sr. He's got a 533 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against bike number 357 over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 is his dial in. All right, attention there, everybody. If you lost your cell phone, or you got it down at time slips. Any drivers that may have misplaced your cell phone, it is down at time slips. All right, got 65 difference in the starting line here, and it's going to be Dwayne Schmidt Sr. picking up the win line here, 534 on a 533 dial in, as Budweiser lane goes out with a 622 on a 620. Anthony Stewart coming up next. 628 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of St. Augustine. He'll go up against Dwayne Leachman over here in the Budweiser lane. 620 is going to be the dial in for Dwayne. All right, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. And the win line's going to come on for Stewart. 636 on a 620 as Leachman breaks out with a 903 on his 920. And bring up bike number 129. It's got a 515 dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're running up against Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 555 dial in. And Sammy is off with a perfect reaction time. But it's not going to get the win with that particular reaction time. So we're going to go over to the Lucas Oil side. So 517 on a 515. And Sammy slowed to a 603 on his 555. And looks like your buy run coming up here for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's got a 584 dialed in. And Schmidt goes through the 588 on his 584 dial in. So it looks like that's going to wrap up round 2 of the motorcycles. All right, here we go with round number 2 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. We got pickup truck 930 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 644 dialed in. We'll have to get the Mustang over there at Budweiser Lane, car number 2549. It's got a 597 dialed in. Okay, so the red light came to the Budweiser lane as he goes through with a 6 flat on that 597. Dave Thompson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 637 the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 503 is going to be his dial in. He's out of St. Augustine. Okay, so we got clean green light starting both lanes. Looks like about 7 miles separated. The two at the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Hicks getting the win light here, 505 on a 503. As Dobson broke out with a 633 on his 637. Gary Sturgeon coming up next. 497 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Coming up against Ron Schaefer over there in the Budweiser lane. 628 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. All right, got a clean green light started both lanes. Here we go. Wind light's going to come on for the Mustang as he goes through with a 632 on a 628. And Sturgeon bows out with a 502 on his 497. Big John Rollins coming up next. 601 the dial in for the 72 Nova. He's out of High Springs. And he'll be running up against David Hicks over there in the Budweiser lane. 498 is going to be his dial in. All right, 4,000 separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to stripe, and the wind light's coming on for Hicks. 502 on a 498 dial. A good run there for him as Rollins breaks out by 9 thousandths. Ernie Griggs coming up next. He's got a 747 dial in for the 72 Camaro out of Ocala. And he'll be going up against Brandon Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 744 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Okay, red light starting there for Williams. Is going to get Ernie Griggs the automatic win. And Ernie goes through with a 748 on his 747 dial in. Tony Morris coming up next. 760 to dial in on the Ford Fairmont. He'll be going up against the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. Car number 142. He's got a 461 dialed in. Alright, got a clean green light, star 6 now, separates the two in the starting line. Wind light's going to come off of the dragster as he goes 463 on a 461 dial in. Okay, here we go. We got the dragster 154F coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got a 476 dialed in. And Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 581 dialed in on his Chevy Monza. Oh, red line start there by Glenn Newman. This is going to give the automatic win to the dragster. And the dragster goes dead on 2, but he's 038 on the tree. Glenn's car slowed to a 583 on its 581 dial in. Okay, let's go to bring up Night Lane over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, the 68 Chevelle. He's got a 563 dialed in going up against Alan Roush Sr. He's got a 609 dialed in on his S10 pickup truck. Okay, red light's going to come off for the Chevelles. He goes 569 on that 63 dial in. As Roush goes out with a 622 on his 609. Dragster number 2150 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 528 dialed in. Going up against the car number B217. He's got a 491 dialed in. Okay, green light start both lanes. Here we go, the stripe, and it's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the win line here, 494 to 491, as the Lucas Oil lane breaks out by 2000s. That's going to bring up Nick Brown next. 606 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 664 is his dial in. Red light started by Nick Brown's going to give Goolsby the automatic win. And Buddy goes through the 664 on his 664. Jerry McGill coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 482 is going to be his dial in. Going against Robbie McDonald over there in Budweiser lane. 508 will be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start here. We got the stripe. It's going to be McDonald getting the win light here. 511 on that 508 dial in. That's going to bring up Luke Hawthorne next. 446 is going to be the dial in to the one big block over here on the Lucas Oil side. He'll be going against Mark Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. 538 is going to be his dial in. Start there in the Budweiser lane is going to give Hawthorne the automatic win. And Luke goes through with a 453 on that 446 dial in. Okay, that's going to bring up the next dragster, L201. He's got a 441 dialed in. And he'll go against Nick Parkins over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 573 dialed in. And red line start there by Parkins is going to give the dragster the automatic win. And the dragster goes 439, 158 miles an hour. That'll bring up Brendan George next. He's got 481 dialed in on his dragster. He'll be going against the Corvette over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number 2155. He's got a 632 dialed in. Okay, fourth out, separate the two at the starting line. And here we go, the stripe win light's going to come off of Brendan George. He goes 483 on that 481 dial in. That'll bring up Jimmy Montgomery. 501 the dial in for the dragster out of Melrose. Here we're going up against Junior Bunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 577 is his dial in. Okay, we got 25 pound difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Jimmy Montgomery getting the win light here. He goes 503 on a 501 dial in. Okay, you got a pair of Corvettes coming up next. We got Luke Alley over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 563 the dial in for his bet. He's got a 4 white. Here we're going up against the 63 split window over here in the Budweiser lane. 550 is the dial in for car number 9. Yeah, red light start there by Lou Galley is going to give the automatic win to the Budweiser lane. He goes 549 on the 5 on that 550 dial in. That'll bring up Mike Boss next. 578 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette Roadster over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Here we're going against the Pontiac Trans Am over there in the Budweiser lane. 598 is going to be the dial in. Okay, looks like the Budweiser lane is going to get the red light here on a double red light start. All right, Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 461 is going to be his dial in. Here we go over here on the Budweiser lane against car number A208. He's got a 495 dial in. All right, got a clean start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Red lights coming off of Brian Jones on a double breakout. He'll break out by the least and move on into round number 3. All right, that's going to bring up Victor Adams next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 655 dialed in. And I believe that's Wayne Campbell over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 622 dialed in on the S10 pickup. And we got a clean green line start, 20,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be the S10 getting the red line here on a double breakout. That'll bring up John Dwayne. Driving the Chevy Camaro over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 601 dialed in. He'll go up against Rob Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 624 is his dial. All right, 6 dials separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes 602 on that 601 dial in as Rob Hall breaks out by 2 thousandths. That'll bring up Tom Heath next. 632 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we're running up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 449 dial in. Attention in the pits, need the street motorcycles or pro bikes to lane 7. Street bikes to lane 7, please. All right, pro bikes, pro motorcycles to lane 7, pro bikes, lane 7. Jeff Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll go up against Darren Stutz over here in the Budweiser lane. 5:43 is going to be the dial in for the 1940 Willys. All right, attention interference, I need Junior Street, need you to lane 8, please. Junior Street, lane 8. Okay, got a clean green light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Stutz getting the win light here as he's 001 on the tree, goes 5:44 on a 43 dial in. He puts a 15 dial back together. Gallon was 0:47, goes 6:16 on his 6:15. John Connick coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his Chevy Monza. He'll be going up against the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. 465 is going to be the dial in. Got a clean start in both lanes. It's going to be Connie getting the win line here as he goes through with a 7:26 on his 7:18. As the dragster goes out with a 4:67 on a 4:65. Mike Bonacci coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 5:10 the dial in for the dragster out of Ocala. And he'll be going up against the Vega over here in Budweiser lane. 5:95 is going to be the dial in. Okay, red light start for the Vega is going to get Mike Bonacci the automatic win light. Sharpie Powell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 70 Camaro. Going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 226A. He's got a 496 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be the dragster getting the win light here. 498 on the 496. And Sherby goes out with a 661 on his 660 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming out next. 710 the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. And here we going up against the Chevy Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. C226. He's got dial in 680. Red light start there for Gaffney. He's going to get the automatic win to the Camaro. Okay, Bob Alexander coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 472 is going to be the dial in. And here we going up against the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. This is car 233A. It's got a 461 dial in. Once again, racers, do not come to the staging lanes unless I've called your class. Do not come to the staging lanes unless you are called to the lanes. So I do not need cars. I got a lot of cars here tonight. I need to keep it moving. I need to keep the lanes moving. So unless your class is called, do not come to the staging lanes. All right, Willie Dunn coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 469 is going to be his dial in. Going against car number 2085. He's got a 496 dialed in. And the red light's going to come on for Billy Dunn, 470 on that 469. Okay, got another dragsters coming up. Next is we've got 2020 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 511 is going to be the dial in. Going against the dragster over there in the Budweiser lane. Mr. Browning, if I'm not mistaken, has got a 497 dialed in. Okay, red light's going to come on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 on a 511 dial in. Good run there for him. Browning bows out with a breakout. 496 on a 497. Paul Allen coming up next. 702 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. He'll be going up against J.D. Anderson over there in the Budweiser lane. 727 is the dial in for the Tesla. Okay, red light there's coming off of Mike Bennett on a double breakout. He'll pick up the win. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 462 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Kent Grant there in the Budweiser lane. 467 is his dial in. Now separating the two of the starting line. The red light's going to come up for Jordan Prince. 465 on a 462 is Grant's car's logo. 472 on a 467. Okay, got another dragster coming up over here next. Car number 206 is going to be run over here on the Lucas Oil lane. Going against the Roadster over there in the Budweiser lane. Car number 360 has got a 535 dialed in. Okay, got 10 miles difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, light, and it's going to be the Roadster picking up the win light here, 5:38 on a 5:35. All right, Brett Farnham coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 472 dialed in on his dragster out of Orange Park. And Bubba Browning coming up over here on the Lucas Oil in the Budweiser lane, 607 the dial in for the Chevy 2. Big wheels up start there for the Chevy 2, but a run light started at the same time. So Brett Farnham's going to get the win light, goes dead on 5, picks up the win. The Nova goes dead on 5. He was 003 red though. That'll bring up Mike Fiddler next. 73 Plymouth Scamp over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Jason Graham will run over here in the Budweiser lane. 669 the dial in for his Chevy 2.
Just go ahead and let you know we're sorry about the glare. The camera will adjust itself in time. All those boards.
Okay, double red light start. The win light's going to go over there to Mike Fiddler. As he goes through the 648 on that 645. Shaludo, he'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 476 is going to be his dial in, going against the Chevy Camaro here in the Budweiser lane. 2962 is the number there. It's got a 640 dialed in. Yeah, real nice start there on the Camaro. It's going to give the automatic win here to the Lucas Oil lane. Goes 477 on 476 dial in. Mark Daniels coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 496 dialed in. And we're going against the Mercury Capri over here on the Budweiser lane. 770 is going to be the dial in. Yeah, red light start over there in the Budweiser lane. It's going to give Mark Daniels the automatic win light. And Daniels just do the 499 on his 496. And Capri also breaks out with a 769 on its 770. John Reed is coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 573 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll be going up against the Chevy Nova over there in the Budweiser lane, car number 1968. 634 is going to be his dial in. Okay, got a clean start for both racers. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Rugas getting the win light, 579 or 576 on his 573 dial in. As the Nova breaks out with a 629 on a 634. That's going to bring up Haley Wright. She's going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. I think that's Sadie anyway. Going against the S10 over here on the Lucas in the Budweiser lane, 2178. 624 is going to be the dial in. Okay, clean green light start both lanes. Here we go, the stripe. It's going to be the Budweiser lane getting the win light here as he goes through the 626 on the 624 dial in. Okay, we'll bring up Haley Wright next. 511 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane, going up against the Chevy Camaro. 1X35's got a 620 dialed in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Maybe Allen, Speed Machine, Sportsman category. Need you to lanes 1 and 2, Sportsman. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Allen, Speed Machine, Sportsman. Need you to lanes 1 and 2. Okay, here we go. We got Scott Gibson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 628 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Going against the S10 pickup truck over here in the Budweiser lane. 620 is going to be the dial in. going to come on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 629 on 28 dial in there for Scott Gibson. Okay, that's going to bring up your next pair as we got the Chevy Camaro number 2244 is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 677 is going to be the dial in. And we go against the Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. 598 is going to be the dial in. Car number 2549L. All right, once again, looking for the Allen Speed Machine Sportsman category, the lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, need you to lanes 1 and 2. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be the Budweiser lane. Getting there first 6 flat on that 598. He was 009 on the tree. As Lucas Oil lane goes through with a 678 on a 677. He was 025. All right, next pair coming up, we got X210. 486 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. They'll go up against Donnie Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 689 is going to be his dial in for the Mercury Comet. All right, clean green light start both lanes, and it's going to be the Lucas Oil lane getting the win light here, 494 on 486. Hutto goes through with a 691 on his 689. He was just behind on the Christmas tree. Bob George coming up next. 695 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. They're right up against Cameron Fredrickson over there in the Budweiser lane. 448 is going to be his dial in. Got a clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Fredrickson getting the win light here. 449 on 448 dial in. Picks up the win. Bob George goes 696 on his 695. Keith Collins Jr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the S10 pickup truck. He's got a 550 dialed in. He'll go up against Mike Risen over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 670 dialed in. Once again, looking for Sportsman. Sportsman, the lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, each of the lanes 1 and 2. Red light started there by Mike Risen. It's going to give Keith Collins the automatic win. Okay, dragster number 2540 coming up next. That's going to be Kim Palmentier over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And looks like she's going to be running up against Bruce Root over there in the Budweiser lane in the Ford Mustang 2. And red light start there for Palmentier is going to get Root the automatic win. And Palmentier went 450 on a 450. Root goes for 724 on a 717. Mustang coming up next, car number 216H. He's got a 611 dialed in. They'll go against Big Singer over here in the Budweiser lane. 617 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Monza. All right, clean green light starting. It's going to be Big Singer getting the win light here as he goes 622 on his 617 dial in. Ryan Palmatier coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 612 is going to be his dial in, going up against Alan Roush Sr. over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 611 dialed in. All right, 10 miles separating the two of the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Alan Roush Sr. getting the win light here as he goes 611 for the 7. And Wyatt breaks out by 4 thousandths. All right, Danielle Bachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 is going to be her dial in. She'll go up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 519 is his dial in. All right, only 8 miles separate the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the win line's coming off for Kurt Carlson. 520 on the 519. Good run there for him. As Danielle breaks out by 1 thousandth of a second. Chad Kennedy coming up next. 742 is going to be the dial in for the Monza out of Middleburg. He'll go up against Buddy Goolsby over here in the Budweiser lane. 665 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Gainesville. Okay, 22 miles separating the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win line's going to come on down there for Buddy Goolsby. 666 on his 665. Kennedy runs dead 7. Can't get it done with an 024 reaction time to Goolsby's 002. Robert Treadwell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 667 is his dial in. He'll be going up against Robert McDonald over there in the Budweiser lane. 509 is his dial in. Okay, 13 miles separating the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. McDonald's going to get the win line here. 512 on the 509. Good run there for him. Okay, Roy Hagedorn coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 563 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be going up against the dragster over there, Mark Gordon. 555 is going to be his dial in. Okay, win line's coming off for Hagedorn, dead 8. He's 016 on the tree, and Horton breaks out with about 7 thousandths. Junior Bunner coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 576 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against the dragster over here in Budweiser lane, car number 142, who's got a 463 dialed in. side is going to give the automatic win to the Camaro. Okay, Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 512 is going to be his dial in. You're running against Glenn Newman's over here in the Budweiser lane. 582 is going to be the dial in for Glenn. Okay, red light start by Bonacci is going to give Glenn Newman's the automatic win. Glenn goes through the 585 on that 582 dial in. All right, here we go with the Pro Bikes. And we're going to have Larry Berger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 1501 dial in. He'll go against Jeremy Davis over there in the Budweiser lane. 1269 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. I need F&B trailers, junior dragsters, start making your way to the lanes. I need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane number 8. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Need my 10 to 12 year olds in lane 4. 13 and older in lane 3. Junior dragsters, start making your way back to the lanes, please. 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 year olds in lane 4. 13 and older in lane 3. Let's start making our way back to the staging lanes, please. Okay, Anthony Stewart coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going against Colin Nash over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. One of them is real late. And Colin Nash is going to get the win light here, 872 on his 854 dial in. Stewart goes out with a 686 on his 670. Dwayne Schmidt Sr. coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over in the Budweiser lane. So let's see if Pops is going to be able to put Jr. in his spot, or is Jr. going to show Dad the way? Schmidt Sr. has an 820 dialed in. Junior has a 921. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. Looks like 14 miles somewhere in the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Win light's going to come on for Junior. 625 on a 621. His Senior goes out with a 827 on his 820. Senior was actually ahead on this tree, 045 to an 059. That brings up Chuck Willem. 987 is going to be the dial in for Chuck. He's out at Reddick, Florida. He'll be going up against bike number 357. He's got 970 dialed in over there in Budweiser lane. Okay, they're off and running at 19 miles somewhere in the two of the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. The win light's going to come on down there in Fobor. Chuck Willem, 1010 on that 987 is the 357. Slows down to a 996 on his 970 dial in. That's going to bring up Sean Tucker next. 943 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. He's out of High Springs. And Scott DeLeon will run over here in the Budweiser lane. 1285 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Citra. Once again, looking for junior dragsters. F&B trailers, junior dragsters. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 4, 13 and over in lane 3. Need those junior dragsters. Start making your way to the lanes. All right, John Upthegrove coming up over here next on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 883 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Keystone Heights. He'll go up against Vance Odeshell. He's out of Vero Beach. 980 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes. And here we go, the stripe. It's going to be John Upthegrove getting the win light here. 897 on his 883 dial in. Vance goes out with a 988 on his 980 dial. Ryan Haney coming up next. He's out of Reynolds, Georgia. He'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 629 is going to be the dial in. And he'll be going up against Bob Motes. 1132 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red light start there for Bob Motes is going to give the win light to Ryan Haney, which is a gift, considering that the dial in wasn't right. All right, Dwayne Leachman coming up next. 1420 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Anthony Rizza of Palm Coast, Florida. 829 will be his dial in. Okay, we got green light starts in both lanes. One of them's a little tardy. And the one that's tardy did not advance in this race. Anthony's going to move on 862 on his 829. As Leachman goes out with 1443 on his 1420.
Okay, final round of Junior Street coming up right here. As soon as they hit the water box, I'm going to change it to the second round of Sportsman, as I have to run down to my car to get ready for that. Again, we want to thank everyone for joining On the Spot Motorsports Media tonight for live coverage of Race 1 here at Gainesville Raceway. And don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow for Race 2. Like I said, this is the final
Okay, here we
Junior
go
Street.
with Junior Street. I believe this might be actually the Junior Street final here. You got Hunter Dowling coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is going to be the dial in for him. And going up against Allison McLean over there in the Budweiser lane. 636 is the dial in, although I don't think that's probably the right one. Okay, the red light started different. 100 Alley's going to give the automatic win here to the S10 over there in the Budweiser lane. Alright, here we go. As we had Robbie Hodgson over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Looks like he's tripped the red light. Going to give the win light here to Jeff Barrier. And Barrier goes 12:09 on his 12:03. Dennis Harsh coming up next. 11:96 is going to be the dial in for the Blazer over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go against John Muldowney out of Lake Worth, Florida. He's got 11 flat dialed in on his Ford Mustang. Okay, Harsh got a pretty good reaction time, and Muldowney was way late. And Dennis Harsh is going to pick up the win light here with a 12:13 on the 11:96 dial in. Muldowney goes 11:04 on his 11 flat. Bruce Siegler coming up next. He's out of Bowling, Illinois. And the 98 S10 over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track's got 16:26 dialed in. They're going against Tim Pafford out of Adel, Georgia. 11:68 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. All right, here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on for Tim Pafford on a double breakout. That brings up Mark Van Gillian next. 12:54 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Corvette. We'll go up against Jay Dickinson over here in the Budweiser lane. 16:95 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of St. George, Georgia. Okay, looks like that 19-pound difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe down there. The win light's going to come on down there for Jay Dickinson. Dead on 4, picks up the win. His Barks car falls off a little bit. He goes 12:56 on a 54. And so Dickinson gets the win light here. Okay, Dallas Berger coming up next here. 12:02 the dial in for the 68 four-door Nova out of Sumner, Georgia. Then we're going up against Dan Salyers over there in the Budweiser lane. 14:98 is the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck out of Reddick, Florida. looks like got about a 90th difference at the starting line. And here we go to the stripe. Your win line's going to come on down there for Dallas Berger as he goes 12:29 on that 12:02 dial in. Saggers goes 15:29 on his 14:98. Mike Crook coming up next. He's out of Oviedo, Florida. Ford Mustang's got a 15:90 dialed in. And here we going up against David Zook out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, driving the 69 Roadrunner. He's got 11:33 dialed in. Okay, they're dead even on the starting line. And it's going to be the Roadrunner getting the win light down on the top end. He goes 11:44 and 11:33 dial in. And Crook's car slowed to a 16:17 on that 15:90 dial in. Mitch Gunner coming up next. 12:65 is going to be the dial in for the 14 Charger. He'll go up against Blake Scott over there in the Budweiser lane. 11:10 is going to be the dial in for the 2017 Dodge Challenger. Okay, we got clean green line starts in both lanes. So you got 41,000 difference in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on down there for Scott. Goes 11:16 on 11:10 dial in. Okay, you got the Mustang coming up next. 283 is the car number. 1490 the dial in. And Jason Rollins is going to be over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11:57 dialed in on his Pontiac Firebird. Okay, red light start over there on the Lucas Oil lane. He's going to get the automatic win here to Jason Rollins. Rollins goes 11:55 on his 11:57 dial in. Adam Wills coming up next. He's got 11:27 dialed in on the Oldsmobile. And Brett Benham will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 12:87 is going to be the dial in for the GTO. Okay, we got a clean start for both drivers. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Brett Benham as he goes through the 12:96 and that 12:87 dial in. As Adam Wills goes 11:42 on his 11:27. Corky Bumpus coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:82 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Valiant. He'll go up against David Muscard out of Beverly Hills, Florida. 11:09 is the dial in for the 72 Dodge Demon. Okay, another clean green light start. One of them's a little tardy though. Let's see how this works out on the top end. And Corky Bumpus is going to get the win light here, 11:92 on his 11:82 dial in. As David goes out with 11:15 on that 11:09. Corky was better on the tree there. Let's go bring up Chad King next. 12:15 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He'll go against Chuck Bush over here in the Budweiser lane. 14:90 the dial in for the 81 El Camino. And it looks like Chad King's going to get the win light here on a double red light start. going to bring up Chris Courtney next. 11:24 is going to be the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird out of Gainesville. And Clint Wilson will be over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Providence, Florida, at 11 flat to dial in for the 68 Nova. All right, attention on the pits. If you need fuel, you got 30 minutes to go out and get your race fuel needs taken care of. 7:15, we will be closing the fuel depot. So if you need some racing fuel, you need to go on down there and get your race fuel taken care of at this time. We'll be closing it up in a half hour. Okay, here we go. And your win light's coming on for Chris Courtney as he goes 11:34 on the 24 dial-in. Clint Wilson goes 11:11 on his 11 flat. All right, Chevy Camaro coming up next, B251. He's got 11 flat dialed in. He'll be going up against Kenny Hires over there in the Budweiser lane. 11:02 is his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go, the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Lucas Oil Lane. B251 gets the win light. That'll bring up Steven Strickland next. 11:78 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Go up against Jen Robards over there in the Budweiser lane. 12:94 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Jacksonville. Okay, 3,000 separate the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Jen Robards getting the win light there. She goes 12:98 on the 94 dial in, and Strickland breaks out with an 11:75 on his 11:78 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 11:64 is going to be the dial in for the 80 Malibu. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. He'll go up against Curtis Wright over there in the Budweiser lane. 13:50 the dial in for the Pontiac GTO. That red light start there for DeLeon. Is going to get the automatic win here to Curtis Wright. Okay, Robert Simpson coming up next. 11:96 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Nova out of Jacksonville. Going up against the Budweiser lane. Car number 2713. It's got a 14:38 dial in. All right, here comes the next pair. We got Ryan Barnes coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:91 is going to be the dial in on the Malibu wagon. Going up against Peyton Bush over here in the Budweiser lane. 14:90 is going to be the dial in for the El Camino. Okay, red light start there for Bush. He's going to give Ryan Barnes the automatic win.
Hey, just want to let you know of our other partners on the spot with David Rogers as their podcasts come on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. as they talk about local news and politics across the country. So I want to give them a shout out real quick. All right, we're going to be going in the second round of juniors.
All right, so here we go back to our junior dragsters. I got car 254 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the tracks. Got a 1218 dialed in. And car X214 is going to run over there in the Budweiser lane. 1190 is going to be the dial in there. Okay, we get green light starts in both lanes. And the red light's going to come on over there in the Budweiser lane for X214. They go through 1193 on that 1190 dial in. Okay, next pair coming up, we got car 2283. It's going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1190 is going to be there, dial in. And car 284 also got 1190 dial in. We'll be running over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got another clean green light start in both lanes. Looks like you get about 58 thou difference between the two of them. And the red light's going to come on over on the Lucas Oil side of the track for car 2283. All right, now we got car number 2286 going to run over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. It's got 1190 dialed in. And Kylie Mockney going to run over there in the Budweiser lane 1204. Going to be her dial in. She's out of Venice, Florida. Oh, red light start over here on the Lucas Oil lane. It's going to give Kylie Mockney the automatic win. And Kylie goes through the 1216 on her 1204 dial in. Okay, here we go now as we got Sierra Haight coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 907 is going to be the dial in. She's out of Keystone Heights. And Wyatt Hicks, so right over here in the Budweiser lane. 901 is his dial in. He's out of Elkton, Florida. Yeah, red light start good for Hicks. Is going to give Sierra the automatic win. And Sierra goes through the 919 on that 907 dial in. Gonna bring up Carson Murphy next. 891 is gonna be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And they'll be going up against car number 200 over here in the Budweiser lane. 892 is going to be their dial in. Okay, we're off running clean and green. And your red light's going to come on over there for car number 200 in the Budweiser lane. Then bring up Xander Cook next. 895 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. We're going up against car number 214R over there in the Budweiser lane. 1194 is going to be their dial in. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the red light's going to come on over there for Xander Cook as he goes 899 on his 895 dial in. Blake Jones coming up next. 890 will be his dial in. He'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Colson Haight. He's also got 890 dialed in. Hey, red light start there by Colson Hayes. Going to give Blake Jones the automatic win light. And Blake's going to go through with an 892 on his 890 dial in. Caden Holdaway coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is his dial in. He'll be going against Tanner Botany over there in the Budweiser lane. Tanner with an 891 dial in. start there by Tanner Mofney. It's going to give Caden Holloway the automatic win. And Caden goes through an 892 on his 890 dial in. Tanner went 899 on his 891. Everly Siegel coming up next. 891 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane, 892 is the dial in for her. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Okay, we got a green light start in both lanes. And at the stripe, it's going to be Briella Browning getting the win light here. She goes 919 on her 892, picks up the win. And Siegel goes out with an 895 on her 891. And it's going to bring up car number 240 over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 890 is going to be the dial in. Going against Colton Brandon out of Dunedin. Also got 890 dialed in. Okay, green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to pop up down there for car number 240 there in Lucas Oil Lane. That's going to bring up Wright Cook next. 894 is going to be the dial in there in Lucas Oil Lane. Going up against Lincoln McMaster there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 891. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Lee Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator back to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. Okay, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. And your win light's going to come on down there for Lincoln McMaster. He goes 913 on his 891 dial in as Ryan Cook breaks out with an 893 on his 894. That's going to bring up Aaron Kennedy. 890 will be his dial in. All right, once again, looking for the Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow into lanes 3 and 4. Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator needs you back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to lanes 3 and 4. All right, Aaron Kennedy on the bye run here. Goes 895 on his 890. Curtis Peak coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. Going against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser lane. 792 is her dial in. And we got clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Curtis Peak picking up the win light here. 802 on a 790 dial in. As Brooklyn Collins goes out with an 803 on her 892. Jody Pagano coming up next. 790 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. And he'll run up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. 8 flat is going to be the dial in for Wyatt. Yeah, red light start on the Lucas Oil side is going to give Palmatier the automatic win light. And Wyatt goes through with an 827 at 64. And Pagano goes through with a 793 at on his 790. Okay, go to the next pair coming up. We got car number 2696 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 843 is going to be their dial in. And Hunter Dowling will be running over here in the Budweiser lane. 810 will be his dial in. Yeah, real nice start there for Hunter Dowling. He's going to give the automatic win here to car number 269G. Never changed again. He'll pick up the win light. And looks like your buy run coming up here next for Allison Reynolds. ladies and gentlemen, we have finally completed round 2. So we're going to do a little prep here on the track before we get back into it and start round 3. So at this point, I should have my Rollins Automotive Pro Eliminator should be in the lanes at this point.
Sixty years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Hey Tornado fans, this is Kurt Miracle of Miracle Automotive and Towing, proud sponsors of Tornado Football. I want to welcome you to beautiful Stark, Florida and David Hurst Stadium, and thank you for letting us be a part of this community. We're here for more than your automotive and towing needs. We're here to be part of Tornado Country. Go Big Red!
Brendan George coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6'11 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. He'll be going up against Colin Nash over there in the Budweiser lane. 544 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle.
Looks like we got a little staging duel.
All right, got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's Brendan George getting the win line here. 617 on the 611 dial in. As Colin Nash goes out from 549 against 544 dial in. All right, let's go bring up the Oldsmobile over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Car number 2455. It's got a 676 dialed in. That seems. Going up against Ryan Norton. Over there on the Budweiser side, 644 is going to be his dial in. Okay. Well, it's going to come on over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 717 on a 676. And it's Norton's logo is 696 on his 644. Pan Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 676 going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going against Ryan Norton over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 644 dialed in on his S10. Got about wind light's going to come on down from Mark Pan Gillian as he goes to 681 on a 676. Norton goes out with a 649 on his 644. Chris Courtney coming up next. 722 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against Paul Bizzo over there in the Budweiser lane. 627 is going to be his dial in. Okay, red light's going to come on for Bizzo over there, 627 with a 0 on a 627. As Courtney breaks out by 5 thousandths. Gary Thompson coming up next, 698 is going to be the dial in for the 78 Malibu out of McAlpin. Here we're going up against Jeremy Davis over here in the Budweiser lane. 803 is his dial in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Red light start there by Gary Thompson. It's going to give Jeremy Davis the automatic win. That's going to bring up the Chevy Vega, number 1137. It's got 692 dialed in. And we're going against the Chevy Camaro over here in the Budweiser lane with 1X35. Okay, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. And on a double breakout, the wind light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane for car 1137. Lisa Repa coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 640 is going to be the dial in for the 70 Dodge Dart. And we're running up against the Dodge Challenger over there in the Budweiser lane, car number J214. He's got a 681 dialed in. All right, 12,000 separate these two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Challenger getting the win line here. He goes dead on 9, picks up the win. Lee Zarella goes dead on 7, just a little bit behind on the Christmas tree. Can't make it happen for Lee. Bob Hodgson coming up next. 613 is going to be his dial in, going up against Bubba Browning of Sarasota. The 67 Chevy 2. He's got a 609 dialed in. All right, got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Browning getting the win line here. 614 on a 609 dial in. David Smith coming up next. 654 is going to be his dial in. Here we're going up against the Roadrunner over there in the Budweiser lane. 715 is going to be his dial in. Okay, that line's going to come on over there for David Smith. He's going to do the 662 on his 654 dial in. John Dwayne coming up next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Jacksonville. And here we're going up against the Plymouth Duster over there in the Budweiser lane, car number 2615. He's got a 720 dialed in. starts in both lanes. Here we go. The stripe win lights coming on the Budweiser lane for car 2615. Jimmy Bowden coming up next. 662 is going to be the dial in for the 72 Plymouth Dodge Dart. Going up against Mike Gaffney over there in the Budweiser lane. 711 is going to be the dial in for the AMC Gremlin out of Wildwood. Need my Super Pro motorcycle. Super Pro motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro motorcycles need you to lane 7, please. Okay, Mike Gaffney gets the win light here as he goes 715 on the 711 dial in. That's going to bring up Paul Allen next. 705 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick. And here we go up against Darren Stutz over there in the Budweiser lane. 606 the dial in for the 57 Chevy. Yeah, real nice start there for Stutz. He's going to get Paul Allen the automatic win. And Paul goes through the 704 on that 705. Stutz goes dead on 2. A little bit early on that Christmas tree. George Emanuel coming up next. 752 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Nova. And coming up against James Turner over there in the Budweiser lane. 741 is going to be the dial in for the Mercury Capri. There we go. Green light starts in both lanes. And Turner is going to get the win light here, 741 with a 5 on his 41 dial in. That's going to bring up Dawson Bass next. 720 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And we're going to get Keith Collins Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 569 is going to be his dial in. All right, green light starts in both lanes. One was pretty tardy, though. And Dawson Bass is going to get the win light here, 725 on his 720 dial in. As Keith Collins bows out with a 572 on his 569. All right, here we go. We got Corky Alford coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 721 dialed in, his S10 pickup truck out of Glen St. Mary. And he'll be running up against Bill Drain over here in the Budweiser lane. 6 flat to dial in for the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. start there for Courtney Alford. It's going to give Phil Green the automatic win light. And Green goes through the 603 on his 6 flat dial in. Dallas Berger coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 767 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Robert Simpson over here in the Budweiser lane. Simpson with a 763 dial in on his Chevy Nova out of Jacksonville. Yeah, red line start there by Robert Simpson's going to give Dallas Berger the automatic win. Dallas goes through with a 767 on his 767 dial in. Good run there. David Gaspar coming up next. He's out of Port St. Lucie, Florida. He's got a 667 dial in on his S10. He'll go up against Bill Waller over there in the Budweiser lane. 652 the dial in for the Ford Ranger. And Bill Waller is going to get the win line here as he goes 652 on his 652 dial in. Good run there for him. As Gaspar slowed to a 671 on his 667. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 627 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla at Edgewater. And Mark Neal will be over here in the Budweiser lane. 663 the dial in for the S10 pickup. All right, got a clean green light start in both lanes, and it's going to be Anderson picking up the win light here as he goes 628 on his 627 dial in. Mike Crook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 685 dial in, going up against Robert Treadwell. He's got a 667 dial in. All right, clean green light starts for both drivers. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's coming on for Treadwell. 672 on his 667 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next. 671 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. He'll run up against Aaron Reynolds over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is going to be his dial in. Green light starts in both lanes. Here we go at the stripe. Your win light's coming on down there for Aaron Reynolds. 628 on his 623 dial in. As DeLeon goes out with a 676 on his 671. here we go with our next pairs. We got car number 277X, the Mustang over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track with a 632 dial in, going against Travis Marchand in the Budweiser lane. 585 is his dial in. And the red light's going to come on for the Mustang over there in the Lucas Oil lane, car number 277X. All right, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Big Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro motorcycles, y'all should be in lane 7. Super Pro bikes, you should be in lane 7. All right, so here we go back into round 3 of the Super Pro Motorcycles. We got Richard Holder coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 552 is going to be his dial in. Going against Vance Hodyshell. Aguero Beach 744 is going to be his dial in. And we got a clean green light starting both lanes, and it's going to be Vance picking up the win light here as he goes through with a 749 on his 744 dial in. That's going to bring up Anthony Stewart. Next, 620 is going to be the dial in. He's out of St. Augustine, Florida. And he'll be going up with John Up the Grove over here in Budweiser lanes. 577 is the dial in. Alright, clean green light start both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for John Up the Grove. He gets 597 on his 577 dial in. That's going to bring up bike number 129. He's got a 514 dial in. And run up against Scott DeLong over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 566 dialed in. All right, once again, I'm looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro back to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro needs you to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Okay, we got clean green light starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light comes on down there for Scott DeLong. 566 on a 566. Good run there for him. That's going to bring up Colin Nash. Next, he'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 545 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 588 is going to be his dial in. Schmidt going to pick up the win light there as he goes 591 on his 588. And I'll bring up Jeremy Davis over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 793 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Dwayne Schmidt Sr. He's got 533 dialed in over here in the Budweiser lane. is coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 574 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. Going against the Mustang over here on the Lucas Oil lane, Budweiser lane, 598 is going to be the dial in for car 2549. All right, we got a clean green line starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your red line's coming on over there to the Budweiser lane for car 2549. You go 601 on at 598. Bob Alexander coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 471 dialed in. And he'll be running up against James Hicks Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 504 is going to be his dial in. Okay, looks like Wetline's going to come on over there for Hicks. He goes 505 on his 504 dial in. That's going to bring up the 68 Chevelle, Mr. Nightlinger over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 564 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Alan Roush Sr. over here in the Budweiser lane. 610 is going to be the dial in for the S10. Okay, we got a 6 mile difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Red line's going to come on down there for Alan Roush Sr. As he goes through the 610 with an 8 on his 610 dial in. That's going to bring up Keith Collins Jr. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Ron Schaefer over there in the Budweiser lane in his Ford Mustang. 6 miles separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And the red line's coming off for Collins, 551 on a 550, as Schaefer breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Tom Heath coming up next, 632 is going to be his dial in. And here we run up against Buddy Goolsby over there in the Budweiser lane, 665 is going to be Goolsby's dial in. All right, Pro Bikes, need you to lane 7, please. Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. All right, 4,000 separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. One line's going to come off for Goolsby. He's got 665 with a 9 on his 665 dial in. Good run there for Buddy Goolsby. That's going to bring up Brett Barnum next. 472 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll run up against Robbie McDonald over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 510 dialed in. Okay, got a clean start in both lanes. Here we go to the striping. That's going to be McDonald getting the win light here. 5:13 on the 5:10 dial in. Good run there for him. Farm goes dead all night. Can't get it done. He was behind on the Christmas tree. 062 to 015. Mike Fiddler coming up next in the 73 plus Scamp. He'll be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 6:45 the dial in. Going against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number 142. Okay, 10 miles separate the two of the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be the dragster picking up the win light here as he goes 464 on a 463. He was 003 on the tree. That's going to bring up Jimmy Montgomery next. He's got a spot 02 dialed in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, going up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane, car 226A. He's got a 497 dialed in. All right, attention on the pits. We go over this every year, ladies and gentlemen. We got to make sure that we don't have anybody, none of the kids can be riding scooters, bicycles, anything, golf carts inside the pit area if you're not 16 years of age or older with a valid driver's license. This is not new, folks. All right, win light's going to come on over there in the Budweiser lane for car 226A. Okay, Roy Hagedorn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 563 is going to be his dial in. Going against the S10 pickup over there on the Budweiser side. This is 625 is the dial in. All right, 7,000 separate the two at the starting line. And the win light's going to come on over there in the Budweiser lane. 627 on the 625. Jacob Gunner coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And the Chevy Camaro's got a 577 dialed in. Here we go up against the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. 493 is going to be the dial in for car B217. Okay, red light's going to come on over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He goes dead on zero with an 015 reaction time. That's going to bring up the dragster 154F. It's got 475 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And he'll be going against the Trans Am over here on the Budweiser side. 596 is the dial in, car number 2293. And your red light's going to come on for the dragster. He goes 476 on a 475. Bonacci coming up next. He's got a 512 dialed in on his dragster over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against the 33 Ford Roadster over there in the Budweiser lane. 535 is going to be his dial in. Okay, 1,000 separates the two in the starting line, and the win line is going to come on for Bonacci. All right, Flying Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 460 is going to be his dial in. Here we go up against Mike Dennick over here in the Budweiser lane. 7 flat the dial in for the S10 pickup. Comes on for Flying Brian Jones. He goes 462 on a 460 dial in. Next pair coming up, we got Dragster X210 coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 518 is going to be the dial in. Going against Dick Sager over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. All right, 5,000 separate these two in the starting line. Here we go, the stripe, and it's going to be the X210 picking up the win line over there in the Lucas Oil lane. 518 with a 2 on a 518 dial in. Big Singer goes out with a 626 on his 618 dial in. Jordan Prince coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 462 dial in. Camaro over there in the Budweiser lane, C226. 681 is going to be the dial in for that car. All right, clean green line start both lanes, and Jordan Prince is going to get the win line here. Goes dead 6, picks up the win. Camaro went 684 on a 681. All right, car L201 coming up next. 441 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. That might be Bubba Hawthorne's car. And going up against Bruce Root in the Mustang 2 over there in the Budweiser lane's got a 723 dial in. All right, clean start. 9,000 separate the two in the starting line, and the dragster gets there on a double point line, picks up the win line. All right, Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 449 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And here we're going against the car over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car 235A. He's got a 627 dialed in. looks like the precipitation may have finally made it to Gainesville Raceway.
All right,
Okay, so it looks like we're gonna be under a delay here for a little bit till I hear a little bit about what's going on. So just sit tight for the time being. Otherwise, you guys gonna try and get your cars back in the trailers. Y'all need to get them golf carts out of the way over there. Come on, folks.
All right, we're going to take the camera down on the track toward the tree. So after the rain stops, we'll put it back up. But right now, we are currently in a weather delay.
All right, attention to the pits. Since Rick's up here not doing his job, I'll have to do it for him. I just wanted to remind everybody of the RFC chapel service tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., rain or shine. 8 a.m., third floor of the tower, RFC chapel service. Danielle, this is your warning. This is your invite. 8 o'clock, chapel service, third floor of the tower. Thank you.
for Dan Stutz's air tank, sitting down there by the fence before the rains came, floated away or something. So if y'all see it out there, y'all can let me know or let Dan Stutz know. Like to have it back, kind of needs that thing. We appreciate it. But once again, if you got Dan's air tank, you can get over to him or let me know and I'll get in touch with him and bring it up to me. We appreciate it.
60 years of innovation, 60 years of attention to detail, 60 years of rigorous testing under race conditions is what makes ATI Performance Products great. ATI has been helping racers like you reach the finish line first. Today, we manufacture a wide range of high-performance parts that are track-tested and race-proven. We're passionate about performance, and that passion is what drives you to the finish line first. See everything ATI has to offer at ATIRacing.com.
Huh? Oh, is it supposed to? It's supposed to rain all the way into 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. One of the EMS guys down there. He says, I think they're wasting their time. Let's see what they're saying. Oh, look on radar, rather. Newsforjacks.com.
and gentlemen, well, we're still trying to get things straightened out there, because we're still trying to get this thing together here this evening. It's still coming. Right now, we're still working on it. If I get a little bit more information on it, I'm glad to pass it on. At this time, that's all I have to tell you, is that we're going to try, hoping to get it going, but it's still touch and go right now. So, hang tight, we'll let you know as soon as we know more. attention on the pits, attention to the pits. All right, we're going to attempt to get things going here once again. So before we actually cars back into the lanes, I do want to get the 3 pair that were already up here in the computer system. So I need 209H, 261G, 2110, 5329, 213, 2555X. Need those 6 cars to make your way up into the lane so we can get y'all paired up. And once we get y'all up here, we'll be calling the rest of the class back in. But for the time being, we need those 6 cars to get up here so we can get those paired up and in the lanes. And we're going to go back to racing here in just a few minutes. So once again, I need cars 209H, 261G, 2110, 5329, 213, 2555X. Those 6 vehicles to make your way into the staging lanes, get paired up. Once I get those 6 cars in paired up, then we'll look at calling the rest of the class back into the lanes. But for the time being, I need those 6 cars, please.